212. Buchanan to prepare the letter of recall. The cabinet concurred the next day. Polk wrote in his diary that Mr. Trist is recalled because his remaining longer with the army could not, probably, accomplish the objects of his mission, and because his remaining longer might, and probably would, impress the Mexican government with the belief that the U.S. were so anxious for peace that they would ultimately conclude one upon the Mexican terms. Mexico must now first sue for peace, and when she does we will hear her propositions. 38 Polk's action might be excused by the fact that he had just spent several days in bed with fever and chills and was desperate for news from Mexico. He had less excuse on October 23, having had a report from Trist as of late September. He told Buchanan to send Irist another recall message anyway. Mr. Trist has managed the negotiation very bunglingly and with no ability. He has done more. He has departed from his instructions so far as to invite proposals from the Mexican commissioners, which never be accepted by the United States. 3. Polk not only wanted Trist recalled, he also wanted Scott to prosecute the war and occupation vigorously, levying taxes on occupied areas to reimburse America's costs of the war. It was vintage Polk, hardline, contemptuous of the other side's proposals. Trist learned of his recall on November 16. Anaya and Pifia were cooperating, and on November 22 they appointed a peace commission. Irist agonized. Should he immediately go to Washington and try to explain what was truly happening? On December 4 he decided instead, after urgings from the British Charge Edward Thornton and most importantly from his friend James L. Freener of the New Orleans Delta, to continue negotiating. He wrote a 65-page explanation to Buchanan. He informed the Mexicans of his irregular status, but Anaya and his negotiators continued talking, even after Trist told them that the Rio Grande, not the Nueces, was the non-negotiable border, and that west of it the 32nd parallel would do. Trist believed that his presence and position provided the best chance to obtain a treaty that would contain Polk's essential instructions and conclude the war. Otherwise the Poros would take power, the United States would annex all or most of Mexico, and the American army would sink into a bloody, expensive, and interminable occupation. The Moderado government was shaky, extreme American demands, or even too much quibbling, might. 273. Sink the process. The war party was willing to fight on. Thousands of Mexican troops and unnumbered irregulars, however ill-prepared, were still out there. Talk in the United States of annexing all of Mexico only toughened the Poros stance. And so Trist stayed, talked, and drafted a treaty. On January 2, 1847, Pifia became president again, and final negotiations began. They dragged on through January, with San Diego the sticking point. The Mexican commissioners agreed that the boundary would run south of it, giving it to the United States, but the government did not agree to this for another 3 weeks. Polk dropped the other shoe and relieved Scott of his command on January 13, news of which arrived 3 weeks later. Trist expected Daly to be ordered home. If he were, the talks would cease. On January 28 he told the Mexican negotiators that he was breaking off the discussions. Moreover, Scott would move to occupy Querétaro and dissolve the government. Whether the threat was real, Trist wrote that very day to Scott to lay back, as the war party was endeavoring to prevent the formation of a government in order that peace might be an impossibility. It worked. Pifia told his commissioners to quit nitpicking and sign. On February 2, 1848, late in the afternoon, Trist and the 3 Mexican negotiators signed the peace treaty in the sacristy of the shrine of Guadalupe Hidalgo. Trist immediately sent Buchanan the treaty, signed 1 hour ago at the city of Guadalupe. The most sacred on earth to Mexico. The remaining questions were obvious. Would Polk accept the treaty? Would the Senate ratify it? And would the peace party prevail in Querétaro and secure ratification by Mexico? Polk was predictably furious with Trist, and had been since December when it became clear that the envoy was disobeying his recall orders. After reading Trist's long explanation to Buchanan, Polk wrote in his diary, "His dispatch is arrogant, impudent, and very insulting to his government, and even personally offensive to the President. Point 1 Have never in my life felt so indignant. He has acted worse than any man in the public employ whom I have ever known. His dispatch proves that he is destitute of honor or principle, and that he has proved himself to be a very base man." 214. Polk, through Secretary of War Marcy, told Scott's replacement, General William O. Butler, to order him off. In March, Butler reluctantly escorted Trist out of Mexico, essentially under guard. This action, in the apt words of one historian, ranks with the most flagrant examples of presidential ingratitude in American history. Polk cut off Trist's salary and reimbursements from the date of his first recall. 20 years later, Trist recovered part. The treaty, carried by Freener through bandit country and then by fast steamship to Mobile and railroad to Washington, reached Polk on February 19, a record 17 days after it was signed. Leaving aside his pique, he brought it before the cabinet the next day and sent it to the Senate. Despite the strength of the All-Mexico idea at that moment, and despite his December 1847 message to Congress suggesting maximum annexation, Polk reflected that the treaty's terms were within his instructions which he took out in April last. "Mr. Trist has acted very badly, but notwithstanding this, if on further examination the treaty is one that can be accepted, it should not be rejected on account of his bad conduct." Days later, following cabinet discussion, Polk explained his pragmatic reasoning in his diary. "If I were now to reject a treaty made upon my own terms, as authorized in April last, with the unanimous approbation of the cabinet, the probability is that Congress would not grant either men or money to prosecute the war. Should this be the result, the army now in Mexico would be constantly wasting and diminishing in numbers, and I might at last be compelled to withdraw them, and thus lose New Mexico and Upper California, which were ceded to the U.S. by this treaty. Therefore, although Buchanan wanted more territory and Robert Walker still urged annexation of the whole country, Polk settled for striking out only one article and sent the treaty to the Senate on February 22. Polk's dilemma: to fight on, possibly gaining much more territory but risking an indefinite guerrilla war, or to settle for his original objective of Upper California, was resolved in favor of California. The House Whigs, he predicted, would either defeat or seriously revise his military requests if he asked for them. The Wilmot Proviso was certain to resurface at nearly 215. Every turn, his party's prospects in the forthcoming election would suffer. Nothing better was likely to develop. He even agreed to withdraw from Baja California despite American control of it, so that Trist's treaty would pass. The senators debated for 11 days in closed session. Some opposed the treaty because they had always been against the war, others because they feared the extension of slavery, and others because it did not seize as much of Mexico as they wished. But they settled for Trist's treaty almost intact, except for the land grant article. A proposal from Senator Sam Houston to annex everything south beyond Tampico, plus San Luis Potosí, went nowhere. Jefferson Davis's motion to take most of the northern states failed, 44-11. On March 10, 38 senators voted yeah, 14 nay, and 4 did not vote, providing comfortably more than the required two-thirds approval. In the end, senators from all sections and both parties voted for the treaty. They wanted the war to be over. A few Whigs opposed the treaty, as they had opposed the war all along, and a few All-Mexico Democrats from the Northwest thought it did not gain enough territory, just as they had wanted 54 degrees 40 minutes 2 years before *5. Yet the large majority ratified Trist's Treaty of Peace, Friendship, Limits, and Settlement. The treaty ended hostilities and blockades and promised removal of U.S. forces within 3 months after ratifications. It set the international boundary along the Rio Grande from its mouth to the southern boundary of New Mexico and then west to the Gila River and then to its intersection with the Colorado River, thence to the Pacific. Thus it gave the Nueces Strip, the state of New Mexico, and all of Upper California to the United States, much more than Polk's prayer in 1845 of just the bays of San Francisco and possibly Monterey. Mexicans living in the areas transferred to the United States were free to continue where they now reside, or to remove at any time to the Mexican Republic, retaining the property which they possess in the said territories, or disposing thereof, without being taxed, and had a choice of Mexican or American citizenship. If they became American, they would be admitted, at the proper time, to the enjoyment of all the rights of citizens. The United States bound itself to prevent savage tribes from incursions into Mexico, a provision that proved unenforceable. The United States would pay Mexico $15 million in 5 installments, and assume the old claims of American citizens against Mexico, up to $3,250,000 although the treaty transferred 216 habits of as well. 4. Both 21% groups were deeply patriotic, but their disagreement was polar as to whether to ratify. A final, and persuasive, plea came from the veteran Moderado Manuel Pifia y Pifia. President once before, foreign minister several times, senior justice on the Supreme Court, and now interim president, he had favored talks with Slidell in 1845, which might have avoided the war entirely. It was he who broke the stalemate in the peace talks in January 1848. He now argued in favor of ratifying the treaty. 59 in that year, worn down by factional bickering, military defeats, and heavy responsibilities, Pifia held the presidency from January 8 to June 3 during the negotiation with Trist and the ratification process. A serious, sensible, and articulate lawyer, he addressed the Mexican Congress on May 7. "You will be convinced," he said, "that the cession of territory was the least that could be agreed upon, and that it was not possible to hope that in this matter the United States would modify its demands." Without ceding Texas, New Mexico, and Upper California, Pifia argued, Polk would continue the war under the plan as indicated in his message to Congress of December 6, 1847. The amendments made by the American Senate were most unfortunate, but not of such an importance that the treaty should be thrown out on their account. It does not consider that a new round of negotiations can be hoped for, nor that such a development would result in terms more favorable. 5 degrees on May 26, 1848, Trist received a message from his British diplomat friend in Mexico City, Edward Thornton, that the House of Deputies had ratified the treaty on May 19 by 51 to 35, and that the Senate in Querétaro had just ratified by 30 to 4.5. The Mexican dilemma was solved, a guerrilla war would not ensue. Aftermaths. Expansionism did not cease with the Treaty of Guadalupe Hidalgo. In May 1848, just as Mexico was ratifying it, insurgents in Yucatan invited American support or annexation. The Polk administration considered that, but backed off when the insurgency suddenly subsided. Cuba also beckoned. On May 30, Polk and the cabinet, acting on questionable intelligence, decided to offer Spain $100 million for it. The Spanish retorted that they would prefer seeing it sunk in the ocean. Degree 218. Polk turned over the presidency to General Taylor, the victorious Whig, in March 1849. Polk died on June 15, partly from exhaustion. He almost never took a day off and was besieged almost daily with office seekers and beggars, as his diary records. Still, as a footnote to the Mexican cession, one more expansion followed, rounding out the permanent continental boundaries of the United States except for a few dozen scattered square miles adjudicated later. This final acquisition was the Mesilla Valley of southern New Mexico and the area of present Arizona south of the Gila River, the 30,000 square miles known since as the Gadsden Purchase. Santa Anna, back in power in 1853 for the last time, decided he needed more money. James Gadsden, a South Carolina railroad builder, had been urging for years that the United States finance a line from Charleston to California. The best route lay through the Mesilla Valley. Jefferson Davis was by then Secretary of War in the Franklin Pierce administration, and he agreed with Gadsden, whom Pierce appointed minister to Mexico. On December 30, 1853, Gadsden and Santa Anna signed a treaty trading the land for $10 million. Shortly thereafter, Santa Anna stepped down for the last time, and the United States had acquired the area where the Southern Pacific later built Gadsden's Railroad. 54. Two further aftermaths, one American and one Mexican, were not as felicitous. For the United States, the acquisition of all that territory to the southwest inevitably raised the question of whether slavery would exist within it. Although Polk saw no connection between annexation and slavery, most other people did, either to favor or to oppose it. The Wilmot Proviso made the link inescapable. The election campaign of 1848 kept the issue in front of the voters, as former President Martin Van Buren won nearly 300,000 votes as a third-party Free Soil candidate. By 1850 the question of slavery extension divided the country. The aged Henry Clay of Kentucky brokered the Compromise of 1850, admitting California as a free state and creating the territories of Utah and New Mexico, with the decision on slavery to be left to their citizens when they eventually applied for statehood. For the South, the compromise gave it a much tougher law permitting the chase and capture of fugitive slaves. The compromise held for a few years, but when the expansionist Illinois Senator Stephen A. Douglas pushed through a bill in 1854 providing that the new territories of Kansas and Nebraska could decide for themselves whether to permit slavery, popular sovereignty, California and New Mexico, 1846 to 1848, 219 labeled it, the issue burst forth again. It worsened until South Carolina, followed by 10 more states, seceded from the Union in 1860 to 1861. The Civil War that followed killed more than 600,000 Union and Confederate soldiers, and slavery was no more, in the Mexican Cession or anywhere else. For Mexico, the aftermath was resentment at the profound injustice of it all, and at the American contempt, cultural and religious, that underlay the process. A group of Mexican intellectuals published a history of the war in August 1848. They began by recalling that Spain's Conde de Aranda, after the 1782 peace talks, predicted that the United States, now a pygmy, would in the course of time become a giant among nations. The Mexican writers understood that the time had come, and at their country's expense. The true and effective cause of the war that afflicted us, they wrote, was the spirit of aggrandizement of the United States of the North, validated by its power to dominate us. Someday, history would reveal how it contravened all human and divine laws, in a century that calls itself enlightened. The war left in our hearts a sentiment of sadness for the evils that we underwent. 55 Mexican writers and historians from that day on lamented the war, the loss of territory, the disgrace, the humiliation, but also glorified the valor and justice of the Mexican cause. To one late 20th century Mexican historian, the history of the Mexican-American War is the tale of an unjust act brought about by immoral men in order to satisfy purely material ends. American historians have written that their forebears were honorable men, men above unjust actions, solely concerned with propagating the blessings of democracy. In doing so, these historians have transformed acts of brigandage into acts of patriotism. And they have made heroes of military adventurers, mercenaries, filibusterers, criminals, and common gunfighters. One could disagree that the Americans' ends were purely material. The frenzy of manifest destiny that suffused Polk's America was a psychological impulse, not a material one. Why did Polk connive so single-mindedly to acquire California? An American historian contended more than 50 years ago that it was to establish the United States on the Pacific, so that it could become a Trans-Pacific. 220. PowerPoint 5 Polk's strong desire to secure rights to cross the Isthmus of Tehuantepec in southern Mexico, presaging the more fruitful effort later to control Panama, also showed an interest in the Pacific. John Quincy Adams's Transcontinental Treaty, with its recognition of U.S. rights along the 42nd parallel to the Pacific, had revealed such a concern 3 decades earlier. The objective in conquering California was not in any immediate way to provide homes for American settlers, for among all the details in Polk's 4-volume diary that motive does not appear. Yet the expectation of a massive westward movement of people underpinned manifest destiny for California. It was a vision in the minds of all these men: Polk, John L. O'Sullivan, Buchanan, Benton, Fremont, Stephen A. Douglas, and the hell for leather expansionists in what was then the West, the Mississippi Valley. The continental United States was complete. It could have been larger, including more, or even all, of Mexico. But at what cost? All but a few expansionists recognized it would be economically and politically too much. As of 1848, there was plenty of empty real estate to be filled with democratic people and the blessings of liberty. And there were other ways to be imperial without actually annexing land, as the United States would demonstrate in the next century and a half. Chapter 8. Populating the Empire. In the United States of America, where the means of subsistence have been more ample, the manners of the people more pure, and consequently the checks to early marriage fewer, than in any of the modern states of Europe, the population has been found to double itself in 25 years, but we may be perfectly sure that population will not long continue to increase with the same rapidity. T.R. Malthus, 1798. What was Ariaruridi to occupy the continent? Acquiring the continental land mass was one thing. Occupying and settling it was another. Why did the United States succeed? The expansion was unprecedented. When the United States began its recognized existence as an independent country in 1783, it had fewer than 4 million people spread over less than 0.000 square miles. All the people and all the territory were east of the Mississippi, south of the Great Lakes, and north of Spanish Florida. Population density averaged fewer than 5 people per square mile. Between then and 1854, the density doubled, the area tripled, and the population exploded 8 or 9 times over. Nowhere else in the Americas, even in land-rich Brazil or Argentina or Canada, did population expand at such rates, nor did it anywhere else in the world in recorded times. In this respect, the United States truly was exceptional. To populate so large a region so quickly, it first had to be acquired. That happened in all the ways already described by treaty, purchase, filibuster, or outright war, based in various mixes of luck, chicanery, single-mindedness, ideology, aggression, or fecundity. Luck helped in 1782 and 1803, aggression failed in Canada but succeeded in the Floridas and the Southwest, and invasions of settlers led the way in Texas and in Oregon. The losers were usually at a military or demographic disadvantage. 222. Vantage, or they were preoccupied by European or domestic entanglements so that the United States could seize an opportunity. Besides gaining sovereignty, however, a few more conditions were required to secure the land. Otherwise it might have remained unoccupied, like New France and New Spain, and might have become as vulnerable as they proved to be. How could it be safeguarded? 4 elements in particular assured the American occupation. None was fully planned, certainly not by a single prophet, philosopher, or politician, but all 4, together, combined over several decades to produce the result. Obviously the previous occupants had to go, and over time, the Indians went. Second, the federal government, as custodian for the people of the huge land mass, had to devise ways to transfer pieces of it systematically, to individuals. Land policy and the resultant homesteading are so far back in our history that probably only historians remember them, but they were crucial to the settlement process and the speed with which it happened. Third, people had to materialize in large numbers, and so they did, from a phenomenally high frontier birth rate and from immigration, mainly from Europe and partially from Asia. Finally, Americans had to believe profoundly that their expansion, public and private, was a good thing. They required an ideology of expansion. under various names. Manifest Destiny served the purpose best, fortified by racist assumptions of Anglo-Saxon superiority over Spaniards and Mexicans, and anyone red, black, brown, or yellow. That ideology was seldom doubted by the mass of white Americans. Until well into the 20th century it was supported by the best academic and scientific opinion. The ideology of expansion was both national capital letter manifest destiny and individual familial, the sum of millions of small letter manifest destinies. Thus, in addition to acquiring legal sovereignty, the United States occupation advanced through Indian removal, land policy, proliferating population, and self-serving ideology. Most of the elements were present elsewhere, but the combination was unique to the United States. It would require another book to explain why other New World nations did not expand as much, and why the United States succeeded in filling up vast regions where New Spain and New France failed from lack of population. Among the reasons, Argentina and Brazil did not institute land policies that provided settlers with secure titles. Neither did they move their native peoples out of the settlers' way with the thoroughness or timeliness that Americans did. High mountains, arid deserts, rivers in populating the empire 2-3 the wrong places, and lack of usable energy resources inhibited mass settlement elsewhere and at earlier times. By 1790 the die was already cast. Young Americans could procreate as fast as biology allowed, in the secure expectation that productive land awaited their many children, an environment that the otherwise gloomy Malthus found unique. Elsewhere, for reasons of policy, economics, topography, and other essentials, that was not true. Young Americans had the means, the motives, and the enticements that others lacked. Removing the Indians. The North American land mass was never empty, and to make it available, neighbors and other claimants had to leave. The Europeans vacated, one by one, French, Russians, Spanish, British, and Mexicans, in that order. The native peoples were also reduced, removed, repelled, or reconcentrated. Their control or disappearance is an oft-told story. The more Anglo-Americans who entered an area, the fewer Indians who survived in it. Disease had much to do with that, either killing Indians outright, or making them sick and unfit to resist, or sterilizing potential child-bearers. The population balance that initially favored the Indians shifted slowly, and then decisively, toward the Americans. Occasionally pitched battles took place. When the whites won, the resulting peace treaty would permanently transfer land title. Indian land may have been communally rather than individually held, but it was still theirs, and they knew it, and quickly learned that once gone it would not be returned. From colonial times to the 1850s, the formality of treaties was observed almost scrupulously, even though the unequal power of the two sides and the inevitable result of Indian departure was known to both. After the wars between the U.S. Army and the Plains Indians from the late 1860s through the 1870s, however, Congress often acted unilaterally and a military takeover ran the Indians off or herded them onto reservations. Sometimes, as in Texas after it gained its independence in 1836, and in California and Oregon, Indians were driven out or often simply annihilated. In the early 19th century, an idea and a policy emerged that was expected to salve white consciences and legal requirements, benefit the Indians, and obviate conflict between the two groups. This was Indian removal, and its leading early advocate was Thomas Jefferson. In his view, Indians and whites always clashed and, when they did, Indians 224 always lost. Yet they were human beings. Their level of civilization was behind that of whites, the theory went, but given time, they would catch up. To provide a catch-up period, they should be removed from harm's way and resettled well west of the Mississippi in an unspoiled part of the Louisiana Purchase. President James Monroe, good Jeffersonian that he was, summarized the plan in a message to Congress in January 1825, just before he left office. The removal of the Indian tribes from the lands which they now occupy, wrote Monroe, may be accomplished on conditions and in a manner to promote the interest and happiness of those tribes. Removal would not only shield them from impending ruin, but promote their welfare and happiness. Monroe judged that it is impossible to incorporate them, in any form whatever, into our system, without a timely anticipation of and provision against the dangers to which they are exposed. Their degradation and extermination will be inevitable. Thus the United States must convey to each tribe an adequate portion of land to which it may consent to remove, and provide a system of internal government which shall protect their property from invasion, and prevent the degeneracy which has generally marked the transition from the one to the other state. By doing that, we become in reality their benefactors. Conflicting interests between them and our frontier settlements will cease. There will be no more wars between them and the United States. Uproot them, and thus save them. As the Cherokee Elias Boudinot wrote in 1828, where have we an example in the whole history of man of a nation or tribe, removing in a body, from a land of civil and religious means, to a perfect wilderness, in order to be civilized. 3. This policy has been called Jeffersonian philanthropy. Its ideological generosity and solicitude coincided neatly with the eagerness of frontiers people and developers to absorb the land of the tribes of the Southeast and the Old Northwest, so much so that many decades later it is difficult to distinguish the benevolence from the rapacity. In any case, the philanthropy could not evolve into policy until settlement approached the Indians' lands and a leader emerged who would effectuate it. By 1829, both conditions were in place. The leader was Andrew Jackson, the newly inaugurated president. The issue came to a head in Georgia. As white settlers and miners infiltrated, the Cherokees established their own government in 1827, in accord with earlier Cherokee federal treaties. In 1802 Georgia had populating the Empire 225 agreed to cede its old colonial charter claims extending west to the Mississippi to the federal government, on condition that Indian titles would be extinguished, in the term of that day, in a reasonable and timely way. Georgia's cession had since become the states of Mississippi and Alabama. People living there joined Georgians in feeling that the time had come to put the 1802 agreement into effect. Thus Georgia passed laws invalidating Indian titles, nullifying Indian court testimony against whites, and abolishing the Cherokees' government, thus stripping them of both land and recourse. The Indians fell back on the federal government for help. The Supreme Court saw it their way, and in two decisions, Cherokee Nation v. Georgia and Worcester v. Georgia, it voided the Georgia statutes. Chief Justice John Marshall stated that the acts of Georgia are repugnant to the Constitution, laws, and treaties of the United States. But these decisions came in 1831 and 1832. By that time, unfortunately for the Indians, the other two branches of the federal government, the executive, presided over by Jackson, and the Jacksonian Democratic majority Congress had supported Georgia. Furthermore, the court's power was limited to the specific issues in the cases before it. It could not order Georgia to drop its anti-Cherokee laws or the Jackson administration to desist from removals. Jeffersonian philanthropy became law in the Indian Removal Act of 1830, formally entitled a bill to provide for an exchange of lands with the Indians residing in any of the states or territories, and for their removal west of the river Mississippi. The Senate approved it on April 26, 1830, by a vote of 28 to 19. Nearly every New England senator voted against, nearly every Southern one voted for, with the Middle Atlantic and Northwestern senators split slightly in favor. The debate has a modern ring in many places, and in others, an antique, pre-Civil War tone. Georgia senators asserted an extreme states' rights position that only the Civil War would suppress some 30 years later. The position more familiar to modern ears emerged in a speech by Senator Theodore Frelinghuysen of New Jersey. He proposed an amendment that the Indians could not be removed unless and until they gave full consent, without inducements, and that they were entitled to self-rule within the boundaries of Georgia. So said treaties, and so federal responsibility demanded. Frelinghuysen pointed out that the federal government had entered into treaties with Indian tribes. treating them as sovereign entities ever since George Washington guaranteed them rights. Indians by immemorial possession as the original tenants of the soil, hold a title beyond and superior to the British Crown and her colonies, and to all adverse pretensions of our Confederation and subsequent Union, said Frelinghuysen. State sovereignty, even federal sovereignty, could not override that ancient right. Senator John Forsyth of Georgia disagreed, insisting that the United States obtained, by treaty, the power to legislate over the Cherokees, and transferred it to Georgia in 1802. Georgians' motives were not formed to suit our interests, nor at all influenced by them. Rather, he claimed, all desire to grant more than is justly due for the preservation and civilization of the Indians, all of whom would be benefited by their removal beyond the states, to a country appropriated for their exclusive residence. Forsyth asserted that Indian tribes are not, in the terms of the Constitution, foreign nations or states. Therefore treaties with them, even those made by the President with the advice and consent of the Senate, are not technically treaties, supreme laws of the land. Since Indians were not Christians aware of future rewards and punishments, they were unable to swear valid oaths, Forsyth theologized. Hence Georgia had properly banned their testimony in court. They also practiced polygamy, killed horse thieves without trial, and did other uncivilized things abhorrent to Georgians. Therefore Georgians believed they should be removed. Over the next several days, other senators spoke for and against. The capacity for self-justification and the ability of legislators to find excuses for the outrageous were rarely more evident. Finally, the Removal Act passed the Senate comfortably, including a $500,000 appropriation to carry it out. Settlement of the continental United States accelerated from 1800 until 1920, when most of the arable land had become occupied. Rivers were the chief means of access before 1860, railroads afterward. Settlement was sometimes as thin as 2 persons per square mile at first, and this map does not show gradations of density. The forced removals of Indians in the 1830s and 1840s, from the Midwest and the Southeast to the Indian Territory and elsewhere, are shown for only 7 large tribes. There were a number of others. The Greenville Treaty of 1795 opened up much of Ohio north of the Ohio River to white settlement. The Treaty of Fort Jackson of 1814 deprived the Creeks of much of their land in Alabama and Georgia. The House's consideration began on May 13 and continued almost without let-up until the final vote on May 24. The arguments resembled those made in the Senate. Georgians insisted that the terms of the 1802 cession of its western land claims to the federal government required federal support for removal. One Georgia congressman, Wilson Lumpkin, declared that if the removal bill failed, "We deny your right of jurisdiction. Our right of sovereignty will not be yielded," and he even hinted at armed resistance should the general government stand in Georgia's way. "We are on the very banks of the Rubicon," warned Georgia's Thomas F. Foster, "cross it, and we may not be able to calculate the consequences. I tell you, sir, Georgia has taken her course, and she will not retire from it." Several Northerners spoke against the bill, notably Henry Storrs of New York and Edward Everett of Massachusetts. They insisted that the Indian treaties were national obligations and, in Storrs's words, that the observance of treaties is the law of the whole human family. "Our enemies are watching our steps. Passage of this bill will light up joy and hope in the palace of every despot." Everett cited censuses listing the Indians' cattle, horses, blacksmith shops, schools, and many other evidences of civilization. "They are living as we do, by husbandry, and the mechanic arts, and the industrious trades. Yet we are going to remove them from these their homes to a distant wilderness. Who ever heard of such a thing before?" Everett pointed out that Indians had never been able to withstand the onrush of white settlers, nor had governments or troops held it back. "Settlers will push westward, boast themselves your citizens. Extend their jurisdiction over the Indians, and drive them into Texas. they will encounter numerous warlike and powerful tribes already living west of the Mississippi. 10 or 15,000 families be rooted up, and carried hundreds, 1,000 of miles into the wilderness. There is not such a thing in the annals of mankind. A community of civilized people, of all ages, sexes, and condition of bodily health, are to be dragged hundreds of miles, over mountains, rivers, and deserts, where there are no roads, no bridges, no habitations, and this is to be done for $8 a head, and done by contract. Everett and his colleagues nearly prevailed. On May 24, 2 votes resulted in ties, broken by the Speaker, and the final one ended 102 in favor, 98 opposed. A swing of 3 votes would have killed the removal bill. Nearly all of its supporters were Democrats, though many from Pennsylvania and Ohio defected and voted no. National Republicans, the party of John Quincy Adams and Henry Clay, soon to develop into the Whigs, almost unanimously opposed the bill. Sectionally, the South voted heavily in favor, New England against, with the Middle Atlantic and the West divided registered in due course. Through the 1830s, the Southern tribes were escorted to the Indian Territory and Northern tribes were taken to what soon became the Kansas Territory, many to be moved a second time, or compressed into reservations, when the line of white settlement again approached, as it did in the 1850s. Thousands died on the way. Everett's predictions came true. Conflict with whites, settlers as well as the army, did not stop, nor did intertribal warfare. Moving the eastern Indians to the edge of the Great Plains intensified strife with the mostly nomadic Plains Indians from Lakotas in the north to Comanches in Texas. Removal was overtaken by white settlement far quicker than the so-called philanthropists of the Jefferson-Jackson era expected. In 1825, before the removals, the War Department estimated that there were 129,000 Indians within what were then the boundaries of the United States, more than 50,000 of them in Georgia, Tennessee, Alabama, and Mississippi. By 1838, more than 80,000 suffered removal, mostly to what is now Oklahoma, Kansas, and Nebraska. As of 1855, according to the Office of Indian Affairs, 315,000 Indians lived in the United States, but only 8,500 east of the Mississippi. The southeastern states, together with Ohio, Indiana, and Illinois, were basically Indian-free by 1842. Following the Civil War, as settlers pushed into the plains in huge numbers, the U.S. Army fronted for them or came to their rescue in the late 1860s and through much of the 1870s, crushing Indian resistance. The Indian Wars ended on the southern plains by 1868, on the northern plains by 1881, and in the southwest with the surrender of Geronimo and his Apaches in 1886. By then, the removal policy had long since seen its day, as there was nowhere left to remove people to. But the basic idea of assimilation into white culture, with a fig leaf of beneficence still covering it, persisted in the form of reservations and various devices such as Indian schools and severalty, which ended tribal ownership and forced individual Indians to behave like white homesteaders. Between 1900 and 1920, American Indians fell to their 230 lowest numbers, partly from warfare, more from diseases. In the 20th century they became, essentially, just another ethnic minority. Distributing the public domain. Pushing the original inhabitants off the land had the obvious and intended result of making it available to white settlement. It is probably more accurate to say that the surge of settlers, and the political clout they exercised, did much of the pushing. How land was transferred from public sovereignty and ownership to individual and family holdings is another long story, which, like the reduction of the Indians, need not be detailed here. But a few markers of the astonishingly rapid occupation of the continental landmass are worth noting. The United States public domain came into existence between 1780 and 1802, when the states with claims to Trans-Appalachian land arising from their colonial charters transferred them to the central government. In 1785, the Confederation Congress passed an ordinance prescribing how the land should be surveyed and sold. there would be a rectilinear survey, with the land measured in right-angle blocks of townships and sections westward across the nation's immense surface. This process was both a bane and a boon to settlement, a bane because it took so long and ignored natural irregularities such as mountains and rivers, hills, and gullies, but a boon because buyers and sellers knew precisely where the borders of a parcel were. Areas that were settled prior to the system or that remained outside of it, like Kentucky and southern Ohio, were plagued with lawsuits over competing land claims. From the first, the cash-poor U.S. government regarded the public domain as a money-maker. The 1785 ordinance provided that farm-sized plots could be sold to individuals. It also allowed sale of whole townships of 36 square miles to land companies, which were expected to develop and resell them in smaller parcels as they saw fit. The system did not work particularly well in its early years. It was slow, cumbersome, expensive, and did not raise the expected money. Sizable grants were made outside of it, notably in southern Ohio and later in Texas and elsewhere. Still, the straight lines and sharp corners of counties, townships, and sections gradually crisscrossed Trans-Appalachia, the Trans-Mississippi region, and ultimately the Great Plains and parts of the far populating the Empire 231 West. Congress revised federal land law periodically, almost always in the direction of making it easier and cheaper for individuals and families to gain title to their own farms. By 1862, the original idea of the federal government making major revenue by selling land to companies or individuals had deflated. The famous Homestead Act of that year simply gave away 160 acres to any bona fide settler who would improve them and live on them for at least 5 years. Cash sales continued, but the main object had become rapid Western settlement. The practice of using companies as middlemen persisted in a large way in the post-Civil War years in the form of railroad land grants. Railroad corporations received massive pieces of the public domain as endowments to assist them in building long-range trackage, particularly transcontinental lines. The first of these was the Union Pacific Central Pacific Railroad from around Omaha to San Francisco, which opened in 1869. It reduced travel time from several weeks to a few days, presumably serving the national interest by binding California to the nation. More land grants and transcontinental railroads followed. They promoted commerce, always a desirable thing, as well as settlement, as they sold off their land holdings to town builders and farmers. Railroads continued to be real estate dealers well into the first years of the 20th century. In tandem with continued direct government distribution of the public domain through cash sales or as homesteads, the Great Plains from Montana south to Oklahoma filled with eager, hopeful farmers and their families. Not every area gained people in quite this way. Texas retained its lands when it entered the Union in 1845. Both before and after, Texas often distributed land in much larger parcels than the U.S. public domain usually permitted. Oregon's early settlers received otherwise unheard of 640-acre units. California revalidated many of the huge land grants made in Spanish and Mexican times, and some have persisted to the present in different but traceable forms, such as the Irvine Ranch Company in Orange County and the holdings of Tenneco and other corporations in the Central Valley. Much of the Intermountain West was never open to settlement, either because it was too arid even for cattle grazing, or it was turned over to mining operations, or because the federal government retained it for national parks, atomic testing, or military uses. But despite these major exceptions, the U.S. government either directly or 232 bobbits of empire through intermediaries like railroads managed to transfer hundreds of millions of acres to settlers from 1785 to 1934, when nearly all of the little usable land that was left was closed to homestead entry. By then, in fact by about 1915 or 1920, farms and ranches covered all of the great continental acquisitions: Trans-Appalachia, the Louisiana Purchase, Texas, Oregon, the Southwest, as completely as they ever would. The peak years of creating new homesteads were the first 2 decades of the 20th century. Federal land law up through 1916 gradually increased the acreage that individuals or families could claim, but changes seldom came quickly or generously enough to meet the needs of a hard-working farm family. 40 acres was enough to support an average family in Indiana in 1860, but an entire 64-acre section often proved too dry to live on in North Dakota or Montana in 1915. Water from either the ground or the sky was simply too scarce or irregular, and family farming overreached its natural limit. The law and the railroads enticed great numbers of people too far west and into lives of hardscrabble misery. Parts of the plains that were heavily settled from 1900 to 1915 reached their peak populations in the 1920 census. After that, America's farm population stabilized for 20 years, and has dropped ever since. The Great Plains states, from Montana and the Dakotas south through Texas, have lost rural population in almost every decade since 1920. The grandiose manifest destiny proclaimed in the 1840s had been completed with the Gadsden Purchase. Continuing, however, were the millions of individual manifest destinies, all the getting, keeping, and living on a small family farm, which were fulfilled family by family and person by person over the next 70 years. This was the legendary westward movement, in which Americans advanced massively into ever farther wests. Joining them were newly arrived Europeans, Canadians, and Asians. German communities sprouted from Fredericksburg, Texas, to Hays, Kansas, and northward. Immigrants from Scandinavia, the Austro-Hungarian Empire, and the Russia supplemented and often outnumbered the native-born. Dozens of ethnic and religious groups jostled for space on farms, villages, and cities all across the West. The California gold rush of 1849 to 1852 abruptly pulled 250,000 people into that newly acquired state, from Australia, South America, and Europe, as well as the states to the east. Many mining booms followed, some becoming stable communities like Butte, Montana, with its populating the Empire 233. Irish copper miners, and some merely raucous boomtowns that were as momentary as firecrackers, like Last Chance Gulch or Tonopah. In all these ways, the territorial acquisitions of 1782, 1803, 1819, and the 1840s filled up. After 1920, almost all of the farmable and ranchable land was taken. The twilight of the settlement frontier had arrived. From then to the early 21st century, rural America, with 52 million people in 1920, rose only to 59 million in 2000, while city dwellers and suburbanites quadrupled from 54 million to 222 million. The westward expansion that began in the early 1600s reached its saturation point by 1920. Americans would henceforth do their migrating to cities, suburbs, and metropolises. Land was no longer the prize. Feckin' pity makes frontiers. Besides the reduction of the native peoples and the operation of benevolent land laws, fecundity was essential in making possible this world historical occupation of a continental landmass. How was it that Americans managed to populate a continental empire, while the French before 1763, the Spanish up to 1821, the Mexicans in the southwest before 1848, and for that matter the Indians who had been on the land since time immemorial, had not been able to? Aggression against Indians and neighbors north and south were major reasons, as were the land laws. Another one, at the heart of the process, was the frontier Americans' towering birth rate. Lord Castlereagh's prediction that Americans would win their land not on battlefields but in their bedchambers does not conjure up images of log cabins and lean-tos, but what went on inside them was the same: procreation. Frontiers were lusty places, and without the love and lust, they would have remained as empty of white people as the far edges of New Spain and New France did. In the 19th century, the process repeated itself generation after generation. A country of young people, the median age in 1790 was about 16, married early, very often not long after age 20. They had more than 20 fertile years ahead of them, and they made full use of them. By their 40s, many couples had built a homestead for themselves, and also a family too large to live on it. The oldest children, maturing by then into their own early 20s, headed off for the next unsettled land somewhere to the west. There they did just what their parents had done. They married, had many children, and saw them 234 habits of empire, reach adulthood and leave for a still farther west. Then their children repeated the process. This cycle recurred for generations until the land and the water ran out. The birth rate of white Americans in 1800 exceeded that of any country anywhere Asia, Africa, Latin America in 2000. The American rate fell gradually, but by 1920 it was still twice what it has been in recent years. Moreover, as native-born fecundity fell, immigration from other countries took up the slack. Prior to 1860 the U.S. population grew by about one-third every decade, and from then until 1920 by about one-fourth. If that high rate existed today, it would add 80 million to million every 10 years, which would be an insupportable catastrophe. In the United States of the 19th century, it provided the people to fill the immense and resource-laden spaces of Trans-Appalachia, Louisiana, and the rest. Malthus was right. From the 4 million counted in the first census in 1790, the U.S. population grew to 63 million by 1890, about 16 times over, and nearly quintupled from 1890 to 2005. From the pygmy, as the Count of Aranda called it in 1782, the United States indeed became the giant he predicted, exceeded early in the 21st century among the world's nations only by Russia, China, and Canada in size, and only by China and India in population. Americans' unparalleled growth during the creation of its first continental empire rested not only on fecundity, the departure of Indians and other people, and favorable land policies. It also required ideology. Americans' expansion across the continent was a democratic imperialism, a mass-driven force of special character and power, in Donald Meinig's words. Expansion resonated with the people. It meant progress, national glory, and successful stewardship all rolled into one. White Americans were certain that they had the right and duty to take land because they would make it more productive than native peoples, or Spaniards, or Mexicans, had done. They believed they had a right and duty to acquire territory because it would eventually become states co-equal with the original 13, and thus provide free and democratic institutions, the blessings of liberty, to ever more people. They were convinced, too, that they had a right to defend themselves against outside opponents, even when defend crossed over into pushback. Populating the empire 235. Underpinning the democratic imperialistic urge was the conviction that the American people were, in various senses, exceptional in critical, empowering ways. They believed that, uniquely, they had gloriously abundant natural resources at hand, that the headlong expansion of their space and their numbers were signs of progress and the favor of Providence, and above all, that their ideals, and thus their existence, were morally superior. This conviction dated back to the earliest colonial beginnings. It justified to them their occupation of the continental landmass, the reduction of its original native peoples, the stabilizing of the northern border, first by invasion and, when that failed, by bluster and diplomacy, and the conquest of half the territory of their southern neighbor, until Americans reached the Pacific and governed a coastline stretching from San Diego to Puget Sound. The belief that the United States was guided by a providential destiny, the historian Robert Johanson has written, that the nation had a preordained, God-sanctioned mission to fulfill, formed a significant element in American Romantic thought. 3. The age of Jackson and Polk was also the Romantic age in music, literature, and poetry. Belief in progress was general and heartfelt. Was it not borne out by the harnessing of steam, freeing factories from the vagaries of water power? By the telegraph, which by the early 1850s made communication instantaneous between Washington, New York, and St. Louis, and soon to San Francisco. By railroads, which shrank travel time to a fraction of what humankind had been held to from the beginning of its existence. Those were heady times, with abundant evidence for progress, optimism, exceptionalism, and expansion everywhere anyone might look. But large groups were either left out of the majority on racial or ethnic grounds, or opted out for social or political reasons. Indians, African Americans, Asians, and Mexicans were obviously others, considered inferior to Anglo-Saxons. Irish and German newcomers were gradually and grudgingly admitted to that status, others took much longer or never reached it. The imperialist consensus was not complete. Whigs from New England and other northeastern areas opposed Polk's aggressive expansionism and the Mexican War. Anti-slavery sentiment cheered off many Northern Democrats from their party, while abolitionism became a driving issue for Whigs as well. For local, regional, or other reasons, not all Americans approved of the way in which expansion took place. It would be an exaggeration, however, to say that a true and consistent anti-imperialism 236 gained much traction in the 1840s and 1850s. It was not expansion, or even how it was done, that split the Union in 1860. Rather, it was the question that inevitably arose from it all, whether slavery was to extend into the newly acquired areas. The expansion of the United States from 1782 to 1848 was not neatly done, nor was it always pretty. Even the most illustrious names, such as Jefferson and Madison, Monroe and John Quincy Adams, certainly Jackson and Polk, were implicated in and even instigators of some underhanded operations and brutal methods. In that they were hardly unique. They were no more or less to be censured than Russia as it expanded eastward and southward, than Bismarck when he muscled the German Empire into being by wars against Denmark, Austria, and France, than Napoleon's military dictatorship, than Britain, France, and other European powers in their ruthless conquest and exploitation of Africa and South Asia. Much of that was done in the name of introducing Western civilization. The American variant was the triumph of civilization over savagery and degenerate races. The expansion of the United States was imperialistic. It was also wreathed in idealistic and exculpatory rhetoric. Americans were not alone in this. The unusual aspect is that 19th-century Americans truly believed that their providential mission and destiny permitted, even demanded, that they behave imperialistically, that they were exempted from normal rules against theft or invasion of other people's territory, and that their profound belief in their own racial superiority exempted them from regarding others as equals. What they did then was nothing exceptional. Other nations practiced realpolitik and always had. But Americans, in their insularity, believed they were exceptional. The distance between such noble principles and such self-serving aggressiveness is the measure of hypocrisy. The transcontinental landmass, Empire I, was complete by 1848 and the 1853 to 1854 Gadsden Purchase. Yet American expansion was not complete. Still to come was Empire II, the offshore lands around the Pacific and in the Caribbean and Central America, acquisitions that took place in the 50 years from 1867 to 1917. Beyond that lay Empire II, by which the once colonized Americans became the world's greatest power by the year 2000. Chapter 9. To Alaska and across the Pacific. I see no immediate prospect of the country being settled up. The climate is too rigid, there is too much rain and too little sun for agricultural purposes. There is comparatively little land suitable for agriculture. The summer, though pleasant while it lasts, is not long enough for successful farming. Major General George H. Thomas, San Francisco, September 27, 1869, on Alaska. It should be the earnest and paramount aim of the military administration to win the confidence, respect, and affection of the inhabitants of the Philippines. By proving to them that the mission of the United States is one of benevolent assimilation. President William McKinley, December 21, 1898. Adding the Southwest to the United States continental landmass in 1848 and 1853 by no means ended the country's outward thrusts. Those additions completed Empire I, but many other possibilities beckoned offshore. The expansionists of the 1840s hoped to go right ahead through the 1850s, and they talked of adding places such as Cuba, Santo Domingo, Hawaii, Alaska, and Canada. But the North-South argument over extending slavery into the Western territories stalemated both sides, as it did almost all other major legislation. The project of a railroad to the Pacific was also a shared dream, but it never went beyond the survey stage. It was impossible for North and South to agree on where it should start: New Orleans, St. Louis, Chicago, or elsewhere, and therefore whether North or South would connect to it and chiefly benefit. Similarly, there was no dearth of expansionist plans, even a spate of filibusters into Central America, but they were overshadowed by the looming colossal tragedy of disunion and civil war. Secession came in late 1860, and then the war. It suppressed any serious thought of territorial expansion. After 4 ghastly years, it ended. 238. The problem followed of how the conquered South should be reconstructed. That issue divided people as badly as the war had done. Expansion was still not a priority for most Americans. But in fact, it had never stopped being a priority for William Henry Seward, Secretary of State for Lincoln, and then, after Lincoln's assassination, for Andrew Johnson. Seward had been expansion-minded throughout his mature career, although less bellicose about it than the Polkites or Stephen A. Douglas. When peace returned in 1865, he was ready to resuscitate long-postponed plans. Any peaceful acquisition would suit him. He visited the Danish West Indies in early 1866 and secured a treaty by which they would become American, but the Senate would not ratify it. He was eager to acquire Greenland and Iceland, if they came his way, but they did not quite do so. He embraced the old idea of a canal across Central America, Tehuantepec, in 1853, Darien by 1869, but that too remained just an idea. Canada, the Dominican Republic, French and Swedish islands in the Caribbean, any would be welcome. He did get Midway Island, an uninhabited atoll at the western end of the Hawaiian group enclosing 2 little islands, which had been claimed for the United States in 1859. Seward and the U.S. Navy certified the acquisition in 1867.4. Alaska Russian America proved to be Seward's great success. Knowing that Russia was ready to sell Alaska for its own reasons, he seized the opportunity. There was precedent. There was also continuity. Not only had Seward been writing and speaking about expansion since the 1840s, but he was aided on the Alaska and Danish West Indies projects by none other than Robert J. Walker, the ardent 5440 and all-Mexico advocate who had been Polk's Secretary of the Treasury from 1845 to 1849. And Walker was not alone. Expansion was expansion, whether across the continent or across the water. No radical redirection underlay Seward's capture of Alaska. There were, however, some new features. One was obviously geography, the fact that Alaska was not contiguous to the United States. Another had to do with settlement, or rather, the absence of it. Almost no one seriously looked at Alaska as a further frontier of settlement. No one considered it a new Willamette Valley or Texas. Some thousands of native people lived there, a few hundred Russians, and a handful of Americans. Not even mining was expected to flourish, and to Alaska and across the Pacific 239 certainly not the raising of corn, wheat, cotton, or livestock. A major difference between the acquisitions of Empire I and Empire II was that the latter involved settlement by white Americans only in minor ways and small numbers, if at all. Furthermore, and unlike the episodes of Empire I, the Alaskan acquisition and subsequent ones around the Pacific and Caribbean did not involve the removal and replacement of native peoples. But those peoples, Alaskans, Samoans, Hawaiians, Filipinos, and the rest, though not removed and replaced, were ruled and repressed. In both situations, Anglo-Americans never questioned their own racial superiority. The final difference was a shift in motive. Settling Alaska with American farmers, as a reason for acquiring it, was low to the point of invisibility for Seward or anyone else. But then what did motivate him? There are several plausible answers, not only for the Alaska Purchase but for all the acquisition attempts, both failed and successful from then until the early 20th century. Diplomatic historians have proposed, sometimes discarded, sometimes retained, a list of possible motives. A new manifest destiny is one, a resurrection of the 184 CS slogan, resting on the perennial conviction that the American people and nation are exceptional in their moral ideals, especially that America and its people were duty-bound to spread liberty and freedom to less fortunate peoples. Another motive was popular jingoism, unplanned, unreasoned, and with unintended consequences, most pressingly in the feverish backdrop to the war with Spain in 1898. Cultural historians have begun describing a newly conscious masculinity, a seeking of power abroad, as a kind of chest-thumping. Surprisingly congruent as a motive was the search for expanded commercial markets, notably in East Asia, or raw materials, as in Hawaii, the Philippines, and around the Caribbean. Related to this was the need for naval control of the Pacific, the Gulf of Mexico, and the Caribbean. Rapid growth of industries, mining, and railroad networks in the late 19th century United States did much to anchor and augment the push across the Pacific toward China, with personal variations. Some combination of these motives propelled Seward and later expansionists such as Presidents Grant, Benjamin Harrison, Cleveland, and McKinley, and Secretaries of State James G. Blaine, John W. Foster, and John Hay, in the years between the Civil War and 1898. Ardent expansionists followed them: Henry Cabot Lodge and Theodore Roosevelt most prominently, Woodrow Wilson scarcely less so. How these motives combined, however, differed largely according to the target in view. Since the Alaska Purchase was so completely engineered by Seward before it went to Congress for ratification and funding, and since it was the first chapter in Empire II, it is worth noting how Seward resembled, and how he differed, from previous expansionists. How he justified and celebrated offshore expansion set the tone for the next 3 decades and beyond. He was no agrarian in the mold of Jefferson, Monroe, or Polk. He did not come from a bucolic pre-industrial community like John Quincy Adams. He was born and raised in a small village in the Hudson Valley, then went to college and studied law upriver in Schenectady. He made his marriage, home, law practice, and political base in Auburn, a small manufacturing and commercial city in central New York not far from the Erie Canal and connected early to trunk line railroads. He was no frontiersman like Jackson or Stephen A. Douglas. Central New York was also known as the burned-over district for its hellfire evangelical. To Alaska and across the Pacific 2-for-1ism, but Seward, who was off in Albany as governor for several years and immersed in the Albany-New York City political financial nexus, had little to do with revivalism. The settlement process had come and gone long before Seward arrived in Auburn. It was replaced by a new kind of interconnected economy of which farming and anything related to it was only a part. He was formed instead by a then new America, sparked by town life and technology, by clocks rather than the seasons. Yet he shared with his predecessors a conviction that America was exceptional, that it had developed liberty and freedom and opportunity as no other people or nation had done, and that these virtues could and should be exported. He understood that although the borders of the United States had reached the Pacific, if the Union could be held together and slavery stopped from spreading, the country could and should expand into the Pacific and the Caribbean, should build a canal somewhere across Central America, and should develop trade with distant nations, including far-off China, Japan, and Korea. China, in particular, with its hundreds of millions of people, captivated American manufacturers and shippers with its market potential. Seward himself took a prominent lead in promoting a round-the-world telegraph line, saw Pacific Islands as way stations to China, visited there on his world tour after he left office, and lined the walls of his mansion in Auburn with portraits of Chinese dignitaries along with other world leaders. Commerce, not the frontier, engaged him, despite the accelerating migration westward of millions during and after the Civil War. Settlement of the American West would take care of itself, guaranteed as it was after 1848 by sovereignty over Oregon and California. Guarantees of American commercial growth and success, on the other hand, needed the benefit of offshore possessions, including coaling stations to service merchant ships and a protective navy, and new markets. Seward's position on empire and expansion was clear before the Mexican War. In a speech he gave in September 1844 called The Elements of Empire, the 43-year-old ex-governor of New York predicted, wrongly in those months just before the war, that future acquisitions would not be by conquest because Americans believed that peace is more propitious to the ruling passion of empire than war, and that provinces are more cheaply bought than conquered. He also was wrong in expecting that slavery would be abolished and that secession was unlikely. As for empire, however, he affirmed that expansive Terry. 242. Tory. Inseparably belongs to the idea of national greatness and that the passion of territorial aggrandizement is universal as well among nations as individuals. In July 1852, months before the Gadsden Purchase and Commodore Matthew C. Perry's epical opening up of Japan, Senator Seward introduced a bill to authorize a survey and reconnaissance of Bering Straits, the Arctic Ocean, and the courses of trade between America and China. The first half of his speech praised the intrepid whaling fleets of New England and their need for better navigational aids in the North Pacific. He then broadened his vision to the entire Pacific and even to world history. Your mails and passengers, he said to the Senate and beyond it to the American people, will be carried between San Francisco and Shanghai in steamships. But without this bill, he warned, you cannot establish a coaling station along the way. Will you leave this survey and its benefits to England? Also demanded, he pointed out, were a canal across Tehuantepec and, most important and necessary of all, a railroad across our own country to San Francisco. The survey, the steamship, the settlement of California, and much more, he went on, were combining to produce the sublime result. The reunion of the two civilizations, which, having parted on the plains of Asia 4,000 years ago, now meet again on the coasts and islands of the Pacific Ocean, will become the chief theater of events in world's great hereafter. Commerce is the great agent of this movement. 8 In early 1853, Seward reminded the Senate of the nation's march toward progress and manifest destiny. He explicitly rejected armed aggression to achieve these goals. Although he regarded the acquisition of Cuba as ultimately inevitable, he wanted no part of it until slavery disappeared there. The commerce of the world, he told the Senate, is the empire of the world, and it is on the Pacific Ocean, and its islands, and continents where the next great power of the earth will emerge. After 1865, with slavery gone, Caribbean islands and an Isthmian canal also became attractive to him. In his view, however, progress must never be merely material. Instead it must elevate all mankind as high as possible in knowledge and virtue, and thereby promote the accomplishment of that great and beneficent design of the Creator of the universe. 10 Seward's expansionist ideas were not particularly original. If his P.R.I. to Alaska and across the Pacific 243 vat library and his own speeches are good indications, his reading was enormously wide, and he retained most of it. He spoke eloquently, but in the idiom of his day, the early Gilded Age. Not a philosopher but a first-class lawyer and diplomat, Seward wrote speeches, not treatises, advocacy, not analysis. He gave public audiences what they wanted to hear, more elegantly than they could have done, but not much more profoundly. Few questioned the goodness of progress, or manifest destiny, or commerce, the telegraph, railroads, and steam power. Tying the new Pacific coast states and territories to the existing nation and why stop there, troubled no one. What is striking is the continuity of Seward's views and their congruence with those of many other Americans at the time. He did not engineer the Alaska Purchase until 1867. Yet he spoke vigorously about expansion and empire well before the early 1850s, in phraseology very much in tune with the manifest destiny, albeit of the more Pacific Whig variety than the screaming eagle Democratic kind of the 1840s. Though his expansionism represented continuity with that of the 1840s, it was surely a redirection, as it had to be in order to justify spreading the American empire offshore. It does not do to over-intellectualize Seward and his expansionist ideas. He was not, admits his biographer, an intellectual force of the first order, even though his vision, larger than that of Adams, was of an expansion of American power and place that meant world leadership. But he was not an originator or a theorist, as, for example, Jefferson was. His own justifications for Alaska and other expansions no doubt satisfied him, but it is a pity that no tough-minded philosopher or cross-examiner ever sat him down and made him answer the ultimate question, why? What did real progress consist of? Was destiny truly so manifest? What would American expansion be based on in the latter half of the 19th century, once the country had gained its Pacific coast? Jefferson's argument in acquiring Louisiana, that the Mississippi must be open to the sea for the nation to survive and the West to remain part of it, or Adams's or Polk's contention that more land was required to accommodate an exploding population, was no longer available to Seward. Nevertheless, he found other reasons and reshaped older reasons for inaugurating the expansions of empire too. Seward was pulled forward into imperialism by the spirit of the age, the mid-19th century, so taken with its unprecedented employment of steam power to run factories, sail the seas, and move by railroad faster by far than people had 244 ever done. Urban Americans, together with many in England and Western Europe, were understandably proud of themselves and confident that they were the bearers and custodians of human progress as it had never existed before. Put most bluntly, the most obvious difference between the expansionism of the 1840s and earlier, and that of Seward and later, was that the emphasis shifted from settlement to commerce, from peopling an area to controlling its politics and economy. In either case, however, it was expansionism. Tuesday Alaska Deal. Russians had been in North America for over 100 years, establishing hunting posts as far south as Bodega Bay in California. After the 1824 and 1825 agreements with the United States and Britain, they retreated north of 54 degrees 40 minutes. By the 1850s the Tsarist government was beginning to see that the Amur River region of Siberia was a more promising place to develop, and that Russian America was too distant and logistically difficult to defend. Early in 1853 the Governor-General of Eastern Siberia wrote Tsar Nicholas I that Americans would inevitably overrun all of North America, sped on by railroads, and that the Russian Empire would be stronger if it confined itself to the Asian landmass. Over the next 3 years, Alexander II succeeded Nicholas, and the new Tsar was also persuaded that his empire should retire from North America. Defeat in the Crimean War underscored Russian America's vulnerability to invasion by either Britain or the United States, while on the other hand, the Central Asian border with China appeared soft, that is, permeable to Russian pressure. By late 1857 Alexander had agreed to sell Russian America. The United States was the most likely buyer. The first soundings out took place when William Marcy, Polk's former Secretary of War, was Secretary of State in the feckless administration of James Buchanan. But secession and civil war stopped everything. Seward, however, got wind of Russia's approachability. Not much is known about what the 8,000 to 12,000 native people thought of the Russians pulling out and the Americans coming in. The American military, who ran the property after 1867, were not in touch with the inhabitants and had little notion of who these natives were. Tlingits at Sitka objected to not being consulted, but to no avail. To Alaska and across the Pacific 245. Americans were eager to take over, and the Tsar's officials were eager to leave. If Russia could get a decent price, a deal could be done. The longtime Russian minister in Washington, Eduard Stoeckel, broached the subject with President Buchanan, who was receptive, and with Senator William Gwin of California, who was avid. Stoeckel, a somewhat dandified but effective diplomat, had represented Russia in the United States for over 20 years and was married to an American woman. The Tsar's ministers, however, decided to wait until the charter of the Russian-American Company expired, which would be soon. But by then Buchanan had left office, Seward had become Secretary of State, and the Civil War was raging. 3 Though Stoeckel and Seward were cordially acquainted, the idea of an American purchase had to await peacetime. When the Civil War ended in April 1865, Russia stood well in American eyes for having welcomed American vessels, and for the Tsar's expressing himself heart and soul in favor of the cause of the Union, as Seward wrote. Tsar Alexander again approved the idea of a sale of Russian America, provided that the initiative appeared to come from the American side. Through a contact, probably Seward's political alter ego Thurlow Stoeckel managed to elicit not quite an offer but a serious discussion from Seward on March 9, 1867. Further talks followed, and by the end of March the Tsar, President Andrew Johnson, and his cabinet all agreed in principle to the transfer. According to Frederick Seward's biography of his father, Stoeckel dropped by Seward's house on Lafayette Square on the evening of March 29 to bring the good news of the Tsar's approval. Stoeckel said, "Tomorrow, if you like, I will come to the department, and we can enter upon the treaty." Seward replied, "Why wait until tomorrow, Mr. Stoeckel? Let us make the treaty tonight." Stoeckel pointed out that his secretaries and Seward's clerks were long past office hours. But Seward countered enthusiastically, "Never mind that, if you can muster your legation together before midnight, you will find me awaiting you at the department, which will be open and ready for business." And it was. Seward wisely took a moment to tell Senator Charles Sumner, chair of the Foreign Relations Committee, as yet non-committal, what was happening. Seward offered $7.2 million. 246. Stoeckel agreed, clerks wrote out the treaty, and by about 4 a.m. signatures were on it. By mid-morning the document was in front of Sumner's committee. For over the next several days, Seward extracted a series of testimonials from scientists, Civil War officers, congressmen, and editors to bring Sumner on board. 5. It worked. Gaining Sumner's early conversion was Seward's greatest triumph. 6. On April 8 Sumner brought the treaty before the Senate and delivered a 3-hour speech advancing several reasons why the United States should buy Russian America. Sumner, who was then a major figure and the leader of proponents of radical Reconstruction in the Sen. 8, had been a reluctant expansionist up to that point but was now a vigorous advocate. His reasoning summarizes the best arguments for expansion then being made. After explaining the text of the treaty, the price, and the international agreements since 1825 that established the boundaries of Russian America, Sumner advanced 5 arguments that concerned nothing less than the unity, power, and grandeur of the Republic, with the extension of its dominion and its institutions. First were the advantages to the Pacific coast, more accessible freshwater ice from Kodiak Island and North Pacific fishing, and wider commerce with China and Japan. Second, extension of dominion. Russian America was simply the next place in the series that began with Louisiana. The passion for acquisition, which is so strong in the individual, is not less strong in the community. The citizen throbs anew as he traces the extending line. Third came extension of republican institutions. A traditional aspiration that, as John Adams wrote, is destined to spread over the northern part of that whole quarter of the globe. Thus, even at that early day was the destiny of the Republic manifest, added Sumner. The present treaty is a visible step in the occupation of the whole North American continent, and by it, we dismiss one more monarch from this continent. One by one they have retired, first France, then Spain, then France again, and now Russia, all giving way to that absorbing unity which is declared in the national motto, E pluribus unum. Sumner's fourth argument was preemption of rivals. The treaty anticipates Britain, foreclosing her from the region. And fifth, the agreement solidifies the amity of Russia. It is a new expression of that entente cordial between the two powers, Sumner wrote, referring to sharers of a common glory in a great act of emancipation. Tsar Alexander's freeing Russia's serfs in 1861, Lincoln's freeing America's slaves in 1863. Sumner assured the Senate that the treaty must not be a precedent for a system of indiscriminate and costly annexation, by purchase or by war. There is no territorial aggrandizement which is worth the price of blood, he insisted. Citing a wide array of histories and surveys by Russians, Germans, and others describing the region's virtues, Sumner concluded by suggesting a wholly new name for it. As Captain Cook reported a century earlier, there was a euphonious name, used originally by the native islanders. Following these natives, whose places are now ours, we, too, should call this great land Alaska. The Senate voted almost immediately to ratify the treaty, 27-12, and then made it almost unanimous at 37-2. The Senate ratifies treaties, but the House provides the money to make them effective. As opposition mounted to Andrew Johnson and his Reconstruction policies, seen as far too pro-Southern, the bill to pay Russia the $7.2 million languished into the next year. By early 1868, hostility in the House toward the President and anyone associated with him reached a virulent level, and impeachment was just weeks away. The Alaska Treaty was in jeopardy. On January 28, 1868, Robert J. Walker, then in private law practice but still close to Seward and members of Congress, published a long letter in the Washington Daily Morning Chronicle. In it he set out why the United States must go through with the purchase not only of Alaska, but also of the Danish-held Caribbean islands of St. Thomas and St. John. Walker, originally from Pennsylvania, had migrated to Mississippi in the late 1820s to practice law with his brother, was very successful, and represented Mississippi in the Senate from 1835 to 1845, when he left to become Polk's Secretary of the Treasury. He owned slaves for a time, but freed them in 1838, and, when governor of the Kansas Territory in the late 1850s, he resigned rather than accept the pro-slavery Lecompton Constitution. Thus, although he was an ardent expansionist and imperialist, he was no slaveocrat, and on any expansion possibility he cooperated easily with Seward. While Sumner's expansionism was more muted. 248. Than Seward's, Walker's was uninhibited, and while all three supported the Alaska Treaty, they reflected how that support varied. Walker's newspaper letter testified to the continuity of American expansionism from the 1840s to the late 1860s. His historical arguments had not been altered by events or evidence. He remained an outspoken 54-40 and all-Mexico man, proclaiming yet again that 54 degrees 40 minutes had been the true boundary of Oregon in 1846. In his opinion, Texas should not have been given up in 1819, and he was happy that in 1845 it was again received into the Union. In 1848 California was ceded to us, but with the unfortunate abandonment of the rest of Mexico, which we had conquered and occupied, and should have retained. Had that happened, the states to be carved out of it would all be free states, because Mexico had abolished slavery. Thus the pro-slavery rebellion of 1861 would have been impossible. If only the United States had been more vigorously acquisitive and kept all of Mexico, he was saying, there would never have been a civil war. Americans should hope and expect, Walker suggested, to acquire St. Thomas, Cuba, Eastern Canada, British Columbia, Hawaii, and more of Mexico. Seward had already negotiated a treaty to buy the Danish West Indies, he noted, as well as one with Colombia to build a canal across the Isthmus of Panama, making our possession of St. Thomas and St. John an imperative necessity. 8. Walker and Seward did not succeed with either the Danish West Indies Treaty or the Isthmian Canal Pact. The U.S. Senate stopped the first, and the Colombian Senate the second. Both places became American, but not until the early 20th century. Walker had also discussed with Seward in 1867 the propriety of obtaining from Greenland, and probably Iceland also. 9. With that, it would have been all the more likely that Canada would fall into the American basket, an American hope dating back to Benjamin Franklin and shared in the late 1860s by Sumner. But when the St. Thomas and St. John Treaty ran into trouble, the Greenland-Iceland project disappeared. The political climate in 1868, both the rancorous impeachment fight and nervousness about how to pay the colossal Civil War debt, put even the Alaska project at risk. The appropriation to pay Russia the agreed-upon $7.2 million finally made it through the House. A whiff of bribery surrounded the bill's passage for decades to come. Did Stoeckel pay off influential congressmen to Alaska and across the Pacific 249 to secure yeah votes, but it was never conclusively proved, and a recent and thorough historian of Alaska writes flatly that no bribery was paid. Degree on July 14, 1868, the House passed the appropriation, 114 to 43. Stoeckel received the money, went home to Russia, and retired. The actual transfer at Novo-Archangelsk, renamed Sitka, had already taken place on October 18, 1867, when Captain Peschaurov, Imperial Russian Navy, on authority of the Tsar, turned over Alaska to Brigadier General Lovell H. Rousseau, U.S. Army. Aside from the foot-dragging by the House, it was certainly the smoothest and cleanest acquisition process yet. Russia had clear title and wanted to sell, the United States wanted to buy, no filibusters, force, or false claims marred the transaction. But was it legal and constitutional? At the time, no one claimed publicly that Alaska would ever become a state, and it was not established as a Stage 1 territory, only as a simple customs district. Seward, speaking on a visit to Sitka in 1869, looked forward to establishing territorial government there, but the U.S. Army and Navy ran it until the 1880s. Also, it was not contiguous, the first acquisition that touched no part of the pre-existing United States. Whether Alaska would ever become a state, no one knew, but it might, and therefore the acquisition probably passes the threshold of plausible candidacy. Unprecedented, yes, but unconstitutional, probably not. Nevertheless, Alaska differed in a crucial way from Trans-Appalachia, Louisiana, Florida, Texas, Oregon, and the Southwest. Nobody expected it to become a frontier of settlement, a target for young homesteading farm families, another demographic depository. There may have been residents of European ancestry, Russians, American military, American civilians in Alaska as of 1867, most of them in and around Sitka. The Native American population may have totaled 30,000, but perhaps many fewer, primarily Tlingits with some Tsimshians and Haida, the tribes that also lived on the Queen Charlotte Islands and elsewhere along the coast south to Puget Sound. Over the next decade the European-descended population fell rather than rose, most of the Russians left, and few Americans arrived. As historian Ted Hinckley explains, Americanization of Alaska was born northward neither by wagon train nor by railroad locomotive, but via the sea. Her pioneers yearned for no parcel of unbroken sod on a 250 crop-producing prairie, only an uninformed handful, visualized a future behind a plow. Permanency was impossible, insisted her settlers, because the most fundamental of all pioneer institutions was lacking, America's historic quarter section. Surely nothing was more sacred to 19th-century American society than the yeoman farmer and his quarter section of land. Not only was the panhandle unsurveyed, its soil was agriculturally uninviting. Finally, what were hypothetical husbandmen to do with their cash crops if a green thumb should bless them? Ship their produce to Washington Territory? 3. General George H. Thomas, in his report to the War Department in September 1869 on conditions in Alaska, portrayed a very uninviting scene. The natives around Sitka, he was convinced, are treacherous, warlike, and, until recently, discontented with the change of governments. It will be necessary to maintain a large garrison at this place, to protect the traders from the Indians and preserve order and good behavior among the whites and half-breeds. As for the Aleuts, they too lacked any control over their passion for ardent spirits, nor have they very correct ideas in regard to chastity. And his final negative, I see no immediate prospect of the country being settled up. For Thomas was right about settlement. A new census in 1870 counted only 391 people in Sitka, and another in 1880 found 157 there, and a total of 430 whites in the whole district amid 33,426 people of all races. Thanks to the Yukon and Klondike gold rushes in the late 1890s, the U.S. Census in 1900 counted 63,592, as the white population soared from 4,300 in 1890 to 30,500 in 1900.25. Alaska was made a full territory in 1912, but the population actually declined somewhat after that, and statehood was a long time in coming, in 1959. Alaska did not attract people because it had no economy. Custom house duties shriveled from $21,000 in the first 2 years after the purchase to $449 in 1870 and $155 in 1873.26. In the 1870s there was talk of making the place into a penal colony, a kind of American Siberia, though that faded. 7 Congress waited until 1884 to pass an organic act creating territorial government. 28 But Alaska remains something of an orphan within the American system. When the American settlement frontier halted momentarily during the Depression of the 1890s, some boosters and builders touted Alaska as a to Alaska and across the Pacific 25% final frontier. But new ranches and farms never numbered more than a few hundred, while thousands soon appeared from Texas to Montana. Alaska was a frontier, but of mining, oil drilling, and base building, never of traditional farming and stock raising. Seward preserved and extended the empire building of the 1840s beyond the water's edge. To do so he shifted emphasis from settlement to commerce. But it was not crass, rather, it was a mystical commerce that was both end in itself and means to the spread of the American idea of liberty. Sumner shared this view, as did Walker in his more spread-eagle way. So did a great many Americans. The 30 years following the Alaska Purchase brought no new acquisitions of great size, but they did bring some small ones, and many efforts that were near misses. Seward himself almost acquired the Danish West Indies and a canal zone across Panama, and he talked of Greenland and Iceland, the Dominican Republic or part of it, and just about anything that came along and was loose. He never stopped. A week before he left office he spoke to the incorporators of the Isthmian Cana Company at the home of Peter Cooper in New York, wealthy investors who might participate in a public-private project to build the Dream Canal. He told them, "We are Americans. We are charged with responsibilities of establishing on the American continent a higher condition of civilization and freedom than has ever before been attained in any part of the world. We all acknowledge and feel this responsibility. The destiny which we wish to realize as Americans is set plainly before us and distinctly within our reach, but that destiny can only be attained by the execution of the Darien Ship Canal. 30 Civilization, freedom, responsibility, and commerce, hence, expansion. Always more salesman than theoretician, more attorney than philosopher, Seward left public office with more achievements than most secretaries of state, certainly more than others who held office in such difficult times. From Guano to Samoa. American sailing ships had crossed the Pacific to China ever since the 1780s, some to sell New England manufactured goods, some to kill whales and bring back their oil. The Navy was there too. Commodore Matthew C. Perry and his squadron forced itself on Japan in 1853. Ina. 252 Habits of Empire. Legendary voyage that began opening the island empire to the west and its commerce and politics. American ships also visited islands along the coast of Peru to mine guano, a fertilizer much demanded by farmers from New England to the Chesapeake. The Peruvians, however, taxed this sole source of their national income at a level that American farmers did not want to pay. Responding to popular pressure, the Secretary of the Navy in 1856 ordered the commander of the Pacific Squadron, Commodore William Mervine, to inspect the guano mining possibilities of Baker and Jarvis Islands, some hundreds of miles south of Hawaii. 3. The squadron sailed primarily to assist whalers and put down native hostilities to landing parties. Mervine was distinctly unenthusiastic about trying to land on treacherous shores of volcanic islands and atolls. Bad weather gave him an excuse to lay off Baker, and he skipped Jarvis entirely on his voyage. But public pressure was strong. American ships reported that the islands could be reached, albeit only by skilled sailors. The American Guano Company petitioned the Senate in March 1856 to pass a law authorizing annexation of uninhabited and unclaimed guano-rich islands. The Franklin Pierce administration responded, and on August 18, 1856, Congress passed the Guano Islands Act. 33. In the next 3 years, about 50 uninhabited islands were found to qualify, and henceforth appertain to the United States. Baker was the first to be annexed, on May 1, 1857. Then came Jarvis, Howland, Christmas, Malden, Phoenix, Johnston, and Palmyra. Occasionally a question arose from the British, but nothing serious, and a dispute with the King of Hawaii over Johnston Island in 1859 did not stop American digging. None of these islands was inhabited, none claimed by another power except as just noted, none had any other purpose than to await guano diggers, except that Baker had also been used as a mail drop for the many American whalers that crossed the Pacific in those years. If manifest destiny was a motive, it was only in the most abstract sense of asserting the right to extend sailing routes and the search for raw materials across the high seas, and that was neither new nor peculiarly American. Nevertheless, the annexations authorized by the Guano Act were indeed annexations, the nation's first ones offshore, since the act preceded the Alaska Purchase by 11 years. Plus by 1903, 94 islands had been claimed. To Alaska and across the Pacific 253 mostly by private parties, and many were ratified in the 1930s by executive orders confirmed by Congress. Most were in the Pacific, but some were in the Caribbean. A few were put to uses other than fertilizer mining. On the eve of World War II a number of them received a few American citizens as a permanent population, and airstrips were built on them. The Swan Islands in the Caribbean, off Honduras, became a staging base for the CIA's operations against Fidel Castro in 1960 and again in support of the Nicaraguan Contras in the late 1980s. 35 Only about a dozen islands remained under American jurisdiction by the 1990s. 36 There was never a thought that they would become states or territories in the formal sense, or anything other than unincorporated territory. With one exception, they had no purpose except to ensure that their one asset, bird dung, was accessible to American farmers. The exception was Midway, off the western tip of the Hawaiian archipelago. At first called Brooks Island, it was an atoll containing 2 large islands and a small one. Captain N.C. Brooks, sailing the bark Gambia, owned by American citizens, though sailed under the Hawaiian flag, claimed them for the United States in July 1859. Uninhabited and unnamed prior to Brooks's visit, they were first occupied in July 1867, and on August 28, 1867, they were also claimed for the United States by Captain William Reynolds of the USS Lackawanna. The Navy Department called the place Midway Islands. According to the Navy, the islands would provide one of the finest harbors in the world, safe and roomy naval and merchant vessels. They would also make an ideal coaling station, support concerted operations between the Asiatic and North Pacific squadrons, especially in the event of a foreign war, speed up mail between California and China, and provide a better mail drop for our whalers. Finally, if we neglect the prize, other nations will not be slow to grasp it. 37 After hearing the Navy's arguments, one wonders how the United States managed for so long without Midway. To be sure, the United States was not the only player in the region. Britain had a strong interest in Hawaii, which was still being called the Sandwich Islands after an English earl, and Japan, of course, would become America's main competitor in the Western Pacific in a few more decades. Thus, under Seward's auspices, Midway became American. It was guano-rich, but it had other virtues too. Midway meant midway between San Francisco and China. Commerce with Asia strongly suggested it become American, and it did. The Guano Islands were a new 254 and limited expansion of empire, but they formed a link through the late 1850s in the expansionist story from Guadalupe Hidalgo, the Gadsden Purchase and Commodore Perry, to Alaska. America's expansionist agenda soon extended to Samoa. This group of 3 large mountainous islands and several small ones, about 2/3 of the way from Honolulu to Auckland in the Southwest Pacific, received its first American visit in 1839 from the Wilkes expedition. American interest was limited to the easternmost of the larger islands, Tutuila, which had on its southern shore the best deep-water harbor within hundreds of miles, at a village called Pago Pago. On February 14, 1872, Commander Richard W. Meade of the frigate USS Narragansett, in the by then honored seat of the pants tradition of Thomas A. P. Catesby Jones at Monterey in 1842 and N. C. Brooks at Midway in 1859, negotiated a treaty with the local high chief at Tutuila. This gave the United States exclusive rights to a coaling station at the excellent harbor, as well as the right to use its good offices to cool any disputes between the Samoans and Europeans. When the treaty arrived in Washington, President Grant liked it, but the frugal Senate, which stifled many an executive branch foreign initiative after the Civil War, did not. The Grant administration nevertheless sent a special agent named Colonel A. B. Steinberger to see to American interests, but his dictatorial tendencies forced him out by 1876. Samoan native politics were local, familial, and tribal, somewhat like most North American Indian groups. The leadership system was too complex to be described briefly. Put roughly, extended family households formed villages, heads of families formed the village council, and these produced 2 sets of chiefs. Occasionally higher chiefs, descended from gods, might coalesce in an overall ceremonial leader, but only briefly. Suffice it to say that the system did not correspond to American or European ideas of monarchy in any useful way. 38 Yet, as they so often did with North American natives, Americans and Europeans insisted that the Samoans must have an overall monarch or chief who could authoritatively sign treaties and represent his people. In the late 1870s, a towering and genial Samoan from Tutuila named Lamami filled the bill. Coming to Washington in late 1877, he impressed officials, and the Hayes administration signed a treaty with him on January 17, 1878. It, to Alaska and across the Pacific 255, permitted the United States to build a naval station and gave it the exclusive right of good offices to mediate any disputes between Samoans and other powers. This time the Samoan Treaty sailed through Congress. Then followed a series of squabbles with both Samoans and the British and Germans, who had interests in coconut oil on the other islands. Few American ships visited Samoa during the 1880s, but as Germany, in particular, pressed for full control of the islands, American official backs stiffened. This was equally true of the Democratic Cleveland administration's Secretary of State, Thomas F. Bayard, and the Republican Harrison administration's, James G. Blaine. After a conference in Washington in 1887 failed to resolve differences, German Chancellor Otto von Bismarck sponsored another in Berlin in 1889. It resulted, rather confusingly, in a 3-power foreign oversight of the local government. 3. This condominium, predictably, worked poorly, and another treaty of late 1899 gave the 2 large western islands to Germany, and Tutuila, including Pago Pago, plus 3 small islands, to the United States. Britain pulled out at that point, but with the outbreak of World War I in 1914, New Zealand took over the German islands. They were mandated to New Zealand by the League of Nations and finally became an independent constitutional monarchy in 1962, first under the name of Western Samoa and then simply Samoa. Tutuila, however, has remained an American possession. After the 1899 treaty, the Navy took over its administration and imposed naval rigor and routine upon the native culture in a manner reminiscent of, but stricter than, the Army in the West in its dealings with the Lakota, Apaches, or other Indians. The Americans brought the gifts of the English language, certain forms of Christianity, and the blessings of private property come hell or high water. Commander B. F. Tilley, as the first commandant of the U.S. Naval Station at Pago Pago, was a virtual dictator. In 1900 he issued a series of ordinances and regulations on police, licenses, land acquisition, building construction, mortgages, divorce, possession of firearms, alcohol consumption, Sunday observance, and the duties and role of village chiefs. To understate it, these rules did not always correspond to traditional practices. But the territory's 5,700 people were thus ruled. The Navy only gradually relaxed its grip. After World War II, the Bureau of Insular Affairs of the Interior Department, 256, took over from the Navy, and in 1960 American Samoa finally had its own self-government, though it remained an unincorporated, unorganized territory of the United States*. Why did the United States pursue and acquire Samoa? It had no guano. There was no thought of settling homesteaders there. Pago Pago Harbor cried out to be a coaling station if ships ever went by. But few did. It was south of the California-China routes, and Fiji was more attractive for Australian traffic. Samoa would hardly become a state of the Union. It was not even part of a plan, of the omnivorous Seward or anyone else, to nail down another corner of the Pacific as an American lake. In short, it was, in historian David Pletcher's words, a product of fuzzy geography, impulsive humanitarianism, and improvisations on the spot by ambitious but inexperienced consuls for. But it came essentially without conquest or cost no $7.2 million or other sum payable to any European power. European competition, the fear that Britain or Germany might get it all, played some role until 1899 and even to 1914. But in the last analysis, Samoa remained, and was administered as American, more than for any other reason, by force of acquisitory habit, a habit of empire. The American procurement of the Hawaiian Islands may be thought of as a filibuster in very slow motion. It went on over 3 generations, from 1820 to 1898, but it ended much as the capture of West Florida did in 1810, and as Texas did in 1845, by an act of Congress rather than a bilateral negotiation. Unlike in those earlier episodes, however, almost no one was killed. The Hawaiians, relying on law, order, and peaceful petition, avoided bloodshed. Yet they lost their kingdom anyway. The earliest Europeans to visit Hawaii were Captain James Cook and his crew in 1778. The first American was Captain Robert Gray in August 1789, on the same voyage that took him to the Columbia River and gave the United States a good claim to Oregon. By then, Kamehameha I, the Great, was unifying the Hawaiian Islands under his personal rule, a process he completed in R8R0. American missionaries from New England began arriving in 1820. Several kings and a queen later, in 1893, the American sons and grandsons and other whites snuffed out the monarchy and replaced it with a republic they controlled, while seeking annexation by the United States, which took place 5 years. To Alaska and across the Pacific 257 later. In the intervening years, the whites still known as Haoles, the Hawaiian word for a white foreigner, first preached, then taught, intermarried, planted, lawyered, and held public office, until they formed an elite minority holding the bulk of economic and, eventually, political power. As that was happening, the number of native Hawaiians fell sharply while contract laborers from China, Portugal, and Japan replaced them. In demography, economics, and politics, Hawaii underwent a complete about-face in the 8 decades after Kamehameha I died in 1819. The turnabout was imperceptible at first, picked up speed after a Western-style land reform became law in the late 1840s, and careened to its conclusion following a reciprocity treaty with the United States in 1875. The road to American annexation was incremental, but in its final 15 or 20 years, rapid and virtually irreversible. The monarchs, particularly Kamehameha III, welcomed the missionaries and then other Americans. Americans helped not only with religion but also with legal matters arising between Hawaiians and Europeans, and with education, finance, constitution writing, and counsel of many sorts. Americans held high public office, including judgeships. They persuaded the king that, while ancient laws, customs, and hereditary ranks should remain in place, he should rule within the bounds of a constitution, with the people electing officials democratically. To do this, it followed that people needed fee simple rights to the land. Kamehameha graciously granted the Great Mahili, a general land reform, to achieve that. But since it also allowed resident foreigners to own land, and since they had the wherewithal to pay for surveys, irrigation, and other costs of acquiring title, land gravitated to them and not to the natives. For Hawaiians the reform produced dispossession, not ownership. The result was great sugar plantations and imported contract laborers to work them. In 1863 the U.S. minister to Hawaii observed that Americans owned most of the plantations, the majority of merchant ships, nearly all the whalers that called at Honolulu, Lahaina, Hilo, or other ports, and controlled perhaps 4/5 of Hawaiian trade. A worried new king, Kamehameha V, reasserted some native rights in a revised constitution he promulgated in 1864. But the economic ligaments between the kingdom and the United States were already virtually unbreakable. Seward in 1867 negotiated a treaty of reciprocity, which meant trade free of customs duties. The next Secretary of State, Hamilton Fish, backed that treaty in 1870, as did his chief, President Grant. Although the Senate rejected it in June of that year, not from any meekness about becoming involved in Hawaii, but because protectionist senators carried the day, reciprocity returned in 1874, after the man who would become Hawaii's last king, David Kalakaua, ascended the throne. In November 1874, a few months later, Kalakaua went to Washington. He signed a reciprocity treaty, which the U.S. Senate ratified on March 18, 1875. It radically changed Hawaii's economy, though the benefits did not fall evenly. From 1876 until 1890, sugar production rose from under 12,000 to 120,000 tons, the value of exports to the United States from $1.2 million to $12.3 million, and imports from the United States from under $1 million to over $5 million. 98% of Hawaii's exports went to the United States. The kingdom became an economic satellite. 4 degree. On the other hand, native farmers, who would supposedly have been able to sell their produce on the broad American market, pay less for imports, and enjoy higher profits and wages, gained very little. Instead, sugar production quickly concentrated in the hands of a few, led by the magnate Claus Spreckels. Contract workers arrived by the thousands. Prices and taxes rose, but not wages, and the native Hawaiians were squeezed. Yet the Haole elite complained. Their taxes, they said, were too high, Kalakaua spent recklessly, and they had no control over what he did with their money. The Iolani Palace, begun in 1879, was costing too much, and a lavish coronation celebration in 1883, a grand reaffirmation of Hawaiian cultural traditions, was condemned by the elite as extravagant and even immoral. Also considered profligate were the king's welfare state measures, expenditures to promote immigration, agriculture, railroad building, public works, and schools. Several of the king's cabinet were Haoles, and so was his prime minister, Walter Gibson, but they did not cater to the economic elite. Gibson, a Mormon, was the prime example of a Haole whose views and politics were antithetical to the Hawaiianized white families who constituted it. 48 In January 1887 the elite decided to act. Some of its leaders conspired to create a Hawaiian League, which by June had 405 members and an armed wing called the Honolulu Rifles. On June 30, they forced Kalakaua to agree to a new constitution aptly called the Bayonet Constitution that made the cabinet responsible to the legislature and thus reduced the king to a figurehead. It also created a property qualification for voting and office holding, thus disenfranchising the mass of native Hawaiians and Asians. The resemblance to franchise restrictions in the American South at that time was not accidental. At one point it was explained that Hawaii was now enjoying Mississippi laws. With the electorate thus rearranged, an election on September 12, 1887, brought in a legislature controlled by the elite's Reform Party. Other than the 1898 annexation itself, these actions were the decisive event in turning over Hawaii to American control. Several consequences flowed from it. First came renewal of the Reciprocity Treaty in November 1887, confirming Hawaii's economic satellite status. A new clause gave control of Pearl Harbor to the United States. Kalakaua agreed to that under duress. Then came the nationalization of Crown lands, making them available to planters and other non-Hawaiians. Another act required that all schools, public and private, had to teach in English. Hawaiian was forbidden. The Bayonet Constitution and its sequels were a revolution by and for an elite. Claiming to be instituting good government and democracy, they certainly created it for themselves. The great majority were cast out of the political system, just as they had already become a lower tier in the island's economic system. A counter-coup led by Robert Kalaniʻapo Wilcox of Maui with several dozen armed men erupted in July 1889. It was suppressed after 100 Marines from the USS Adams backed up the Honolulu Rifles with a loan of 10,000 rounds of ammunition. Congress was not so kind to the elite when it passed the McKinley Tariff in 1890, giving preference to domestic sugar producers and reducing the Hawaiian planters' profits of 75 to 100% a year to a mere IO%. Registered the Wilson-Gorman Tariff of 1894 and later acts restored their well-being, but in the early 1890s, revolutionary sentiment support for annexation by the United States increased. Kalakaua lived on for 4 years after the bayonet coup, harassed and nearly powerless. At his death in January 1891, his sister Liliuokalani became queen. A talented composer and writer, she was also made of sterner stuff than her brother, and sought to reassert some powers of the monarchy and to restore a degree of native control. In response, the elite secretly formed an annexation club in early 1892. The American minister, John L. Stevens, regarded her as deeply anti-American and 260. Wrote to the Secretary of State that Hawaii must now take the road which leads to Asia, or the other, which outlets her in America, gives her an American civilization and binds her to the care of American destiny. 5. Loren Thurston, the Haole lawyer who was the principal drafter of the Bayonet Constitution, a grandson of early missionaries and leader of the Annexation Club, traveled to Washington that May. President Benjamin Harrison, speaking through his Secretary of the Navy, assured Thurston that if events led to a proposal that the United States annex Hawaii, it would find an exceedingly sympathetic administration here. 53 such events did take place in January 1893. For the preceding year, Hawaiian politics had been unstable. Cabinets came and went. Finances were in poor shape because of the decline in the sugar market when the U.S. McKinley Tariff of 1890 rescinded the duty-free status of Hawaiian sugar. Liliuokalani proposed a national lottery and a licensing of the opium traffic to raise public revenue. The legislature approved the lottery on December 31, 1892, and the opium tax on January 1893, over the protests of Haole moralists. The Queen had received petitions in early 1892 from all around the islands, signed by more than two-thirds of the 9,500 registered voters, calling for a constitutional convention. She drew up a new constitution, similar to that of 1864, under which several kings had reigned prior to the Bayonet Constitution of 1887. Her document would have removed the race and language requirements for the franchise, restored her executive powers, restored the inviolability of the sovereign's property, and either eliminated or lessened the property requirement for voters 5+ on Saturday, January 14, 1893, the Queen prorogued the legislature and walked back to the Iolani Palace to receive and promulgate the new constitution. The elite of the annexation club could not and did not let this happen. The Queen had told her cabinet members what she intended to do, and they in turn leaked the news to Thurston and other annexationist leaders. Members of the cabinet persuaded her to postpone her announcement, and that afternoon she did so, for a few days or until soon. Over the weekend the annexationists formed a committee of safety and took steps to stop the Queen. They secured the support of Minister Stevens on the ground that as Americans their lives and property were in danger. Similarly, they contacted Captain Gilbert C. Wiltz of the USS Boston, docked in Honolulu Harbor. Both sides held public meetings on Monday. With Stevens's approval and on Wiltz's orders, 154 Marines and 10 officers landed with Gatling guns and cannon. They posted themselves near Iolani Palace and the main government building. As an American admiral remarked, they were well located if designed to promote the movement for the provisional government and very improperly located if only intended to protect American citizens in person and property. Cabinet members told Stevens that they were capable of preserving order themselves and did not want the troops on shore, but Stevens refused to call them back. Monday night was tense, but no serious violence broke out. Early Tuesday afternoon, Thurston put out a proclamation deposing Liliuokalani and ending the monarchy. The resuscitated Honolulu Rifles of 1887 led the annexationist leader Sanford Dole in occupying the government building, and Stevens officially granted American recognition to the provisional government. The Queen, wishing as always to avoid armed confrontation and bloodshed, agreed not to resist, provided that a full account would be heard in Washington. She expected that a fair hearing by U.S. officials would repudiate Stevens and the revolutionaries and restore her authority. *5 It was not to be. But neither, quite yet, was annexation. Thurston sped to Washington with some co-conspirators to make their case to President Harrison, Secretary of State John W. Foster, and Congress. Foster and Harrison bought their version of events. By February 14 their annexation treaty was signed and approved by the Senate Foreign Relations Committee. An emissary from Liliuokalani arrived in Washington a few days later to present the Queen's case. Possibly for that reason, possibly for others, the Senate did not vote to ratify before its session and the Harrison administration ended on March 3. The incoming Democratic president, Grover Cleveland, upset by the unseemly speed with which the Queen and her case had been overridden, withdrew the treaty from Senate consideration. He furthermore sent a former congressman, James Blount, to Hawaii to conduct an impartial investigation. Blount arrived in Honolulu on March 29. Stevens was replaced and soon repudiated by Cleveland, the troops were returned to the Boston, and Stevens's recognition of the provisional government was revoked. Following Blount report on July 17 to the new Secretary of State, Walter Q. Gresham, President Cleveland stated that the provisional government owed its existence to an armed invasion by the United States. Thus, he concluded, by an act of war, committed with the participation. 262 Habits of Empire. Of a diplomatic representative of the United States and without authority of Congress, the government of a feeble but friendly and confiding people has been overthrown. 5 cents In October the new American minister informed the Queen that Cleveland regretted the flagrant wrong done to her and wished her reinstated, though with full amnesty to the insurgents. She wanted the insurgents prosecuted as the law directs, which could mean beheading. She later denied repeatedly that she had said any such thing. But the statement became part of a vile smear campaign against her, loaded with racist and sexually slanderous innuendo. Cleveland sent the Blount report to Congress on December 18, disavowed the annexation treaty, but left it to Congress to take further degree action. In February 1894, the House censured Stevens and disapproved of any power intervening, annexing, or asserting a protectorate over Hawaii. In the same month, the chair of the Senate Foreign Relations Committee, John T. Morgan, no Cleveland sympathizer, presented a report favoring annexation, but he was the only signer. In May the Senate voted S5-0, with 30 not voting to affirm the right of the Hawaiians to establish and maintain their own form of government, which the United States ought in no wise to interfere with. But it did not restore the monarchy. Why did the anti-annexationist Cleveland leave the matter to the dubious mercies of Congress? Because he saw no choice. The only route to restoration of the Queen and the unseating of the usurpers was to send an armed force. Except by an American army, Cleveland's biographer Allen Nevins wrote, Liliuokalani could no more be restored than Humpty Dumpty. The wealthy and well-organized Americans who supported Dole would never tolerate her return to power. As for using American bayonets to replace her, neither Congress nor public opinion would ever permit it. 5. The United States would not shrink from using force a few years later in the Philippines and the Caribbean. Then, however, it was natives, not a white Anglo-American elite, who threatened law and order. The annexationists in Hawaii then called for a new constitutional convention. To vote for a delegate, one first had to take an oath of loyalty to the provisional government. The new constitution openly followed Jim Crow Mississippi laws by disenfranchising native Hawaiians and Asians. On July 2, 5,000 to 7,000 people protested at Palace Square against the new regime. But the American minister to Alaska and across the Pacific 263 granted recognition, and on July 4, 1894, President Sanford Dole announced the existence of the Republic of Hawaii. Supporters of Liliuokalani immediately began planning a counter-coup, importing arms for an uprising at Waikiki on January 6, 1895. Skirmishes went on for days, but the protest was squelched on January 14. Days later the regime accused the Queen of hiding weapons. She was arrested and detained for months at Iolani Palace. After her release she spent some time in Washington and elsewhere in the United States. She attracted much sympathy and financial support, but she never regained her crown. Instead, after Cleveland left office and the Republican William McKinley became president in March 1897, an annexation treaty resurfaced. The 1896 Republican platform had demanded that Hawaii should be controlled by the United States and McKinley signed it on June 16. The treaty then went to the Senate. Native Hawaiians mobilized 2 massive protest petitions. By September 11 they had obtained more than 21,000 signatures on one and more than 17,000 on the second from a native population of about 40,000. In other words, well over 90% of real Hawaiians objected to annexation. On September 14, Senator Morgan arrived in Hawaii with other members of Congress. At a mass meeting of thousands of Hawaiians described as well-informed, organized, articulate, and literate in 2 languages, Morgan shamelessly announced that after annexation they would enjoy the right to vote, just as African Americans did in the American South. Representatives of the petition organizers carried the documents to Washington, where anti-imperialist Senator George Frisbee Hoar placed them into the record. The Hawaiians remained in Washington until February 27, by which time Senate votes for annexation dwindled from 58 to 46, well short of the necessary 2/3. The annexation treaty seemed doomed. But then war erupted between the United States and Spain. The government of the Hawaiian Republic offered all possible assistance to the United States, even before Commodore George Dewey's victory at Manila Bay. This impressed some members of Congress. Looking back at the Texas precedent of 1845, Congressman Francis Newlands introduced a resolution of annexation. The Foreign Affairs Committee approved it on May 12. Speaker Thomas B. Reed held it up in the House for 3 weeks. Reed finally relented, and on June 15 the House passed it with 209 yeas, 1 nays, 6 present, and 49 not voting. The Senate took it up immediately and passed it on July 6 by a vote of 42 yeas, 21 nays, and 26 not voting. The deed was done. Sovereignty was formally transferred on August 12, 1898. A historian, no Hawaiian nationalist, states that there was scant enthusiasm. Very few Hawaiians attended the ceremony registered. The acquisition was probably constitutional, since Hawaii might someday possibly become a state. But for the United States to support a coup, recognize the usurping regime as legitimate, and then annex the islands has been called dirty pool. In 1900 Hawaii was organized as a territory, and in 1959 it joined the Union as the 50th state. Hawaii was taken over, first economically and then politically, by a Haole elite operating under the white supremacist conviction that it knew what was best for the native Hawaiians and the Asian immigrants. Taxes and public expenditure benefited them directly, and the rest by a trickle-down process, if at all. The majority were disenfranchised in 1887 and remained so until the 1950s, with law and order enforced by American authorities. As in Samoa and in the West, native cultures and self-rule were suppressed. Liberty and freedom prevailed for the elite and the new rulers. Expressions of nationalism and assertions of native rights have surfaced from time to time, including the bill introduced by Senator Daniel Akaka in 2004 to 2007. Opponents of the Akaka bill warned that giving recognition to native Hawaiians would make ethnic non-Hawaiians subservient to a hereditary elite. Copyright plus this is a startling irony, since it was a non-Hawaiian elite that thwarted and dispossessed the native monarchy in 1887, 1893, and 1898. Akaka's bill failed to pass the Senate in June 2006, needing 60 votes to stay on the floor but winning just 56, but he reintroduced it in January 2007 as the Native Hawaiian Government Reorganization Act, noting that Americans had forced Liliuokalani to abdicate, leaving an unhealed wound festering in the hearts of Hawaii's younger generation. 65 Only once was Hawaii ever thought of as a next frontier extending the continental settlement process. In 1881 Secretary of State James G. Blaine proposed a Hawaiian Homestead Act for the benefit of actual American settlers. But no action followed. If it had, would those settlers have replaced native Hawaiians, as they were replacing the Plains Indians at that moment? The Haole elite was doing that job well enough in any case. And in the next and nearly final Pacific acquisitions, the Philip to Alaska and across the Pacific to 6-5 Pines and Guam, not only was there no homestead idea, but no Haole elite either, only Filipinos and Chamorros, and the armed forces of the United States. The United States post-Civil War forays into the Pacific began with the simplest and cleanest of acquisitions and concluded with the most complicated, lethal, protracted, and constitutionally dubious. As 1898 opened, the American situation in the Pacific had developed over the preceding 30 years in the following ways. Alaska, somnolent and underpopulated, had proved that it would never be a homesteading frontier, but it was suddenly coming alive as hopeful thousands sailed to Skagway in 1897 to begin their climb to the Klondike gold fields. The Navy and commercial surrogates had quietly planted the flag on guano-rich, uninhabited atolls and islands scattered across the vast sea. Samoa was settling down after the confrontations of the late 1880s with Germany and Britain. Within a year it ceased to be a diplomatic flashpoint, just an out-of-the-way naval base. Hawaiian annexation was on hold, awaiting a more eager president and a better opportunity than Cleveland had provided in 1893. Feelers toward East Asia, despite approaches such as the Burlingame Treaty of 1868 promoting trade and other relations with China, were virtually dormant. Closer to home, however, a wide swath of public opinion became increasingly outraged at what it saw as Spain's repression of its Cuban colony. When the battleship USS Maine blew up in Havana Harbor on February 15, 1898, the press and public blamed the Spanish. War pressure built irresistibly, and Congress declared war on Spain on April 22. Cuba was the cause, and Cuban freedom from Spain the object. Spain also had a fleet and land forces on the other side of the world at Manila in the Philippines, claimed by her since Magellan visited the archipelago in 1521 and a colony since 1565. If war broke out over Cuba, other Spanish colonies, including the Philippines, became fair game. 10 days after the Maine disaster, Assistant Secretary of the Navy Theodore Roosevelt cabled Commodore George Dewey, commanding the U.S. Pacific Squadron at Nagasaki, to proceed to Hong Kong and be ready for further orders that events might make necessary. On April 24, 2 days after the declaration 266 of war, Dewey was told to sail to Manila and capture or destroy the Spanish fleet there. He arrived in the early morning of May 1 and did so, wiping out 9 Spanish warships with almost no casualties of his own. Spanish naval power was gone. Spain's land army remained, and so did 20 million Filipinos, some of whom had been rebelling against Spanish rule for years. Dewey requested ground troops to secure Manila. Already, however, the U.S. Army Chief of Staff, Nelson Miles, had recommended to McKinley that troops be sent to California and then embarked for Manila. The President agreed, and 1,200 troops left on May 25, arriving on June 30. By midsummer more than 10,000 were on the ground. At the same time, Representative Francis Newlands' Hawaiian annexation resolution was moving through Congress. Hawaii was now seen as a stepping stone and supply base for the Philippines. Both would provide a pathway to China. Just how strong, numerous, and well-armed the Filipino insurrectos were, what classes in Filipino society supported them, and what districts they represented or controlled was not fully clear. Not every Filipino, everywhere in the islands, backed them. But that did not disqualify them as insurgents. After all, Americans had been divided in the 1770s. They were probably 20,000 strong outside and around Manila, and they were led by a charismatic young man from nearby Cavite, Emilio Aguinaldo. Aguinaldo hoped for U.S. support against Spain. He had had encouraging meetings with U.S. consuls in Singapore and Hong Kong, and now with Dewey. But Dewey and the Navy played little role after U.S. Army troops under Major General Wesley Merritt began arriving. The actors became the Spanish, Aguinaldo's insurrectos, and the U.S. Army. By early August the Spanish prepared to leave. To do so with honor, they arranged a phony exchange of fire with the Navy on August 13, and evacuated the walled inner city. Now it was between the army and Aguinaldo. His forces had dug trenches all around Manila. General Merritt had been instructed not to confront the insurrectos directly, so he persuaded Aguinaldo to let the army into the city on the understanding that they would share the victory. But there was no sharing. Dewey and Merritt kept the Filipinos from the triumph and from the actual surrender ceremony. To Alaska and across the Pacific 267. Thus by mid-August 1898 the American army occupied Manila and Aguinaldo's forces surrounded it. Spain was gone, other powers such as Germany and Japan were unwelcome, and the Filipinos were deemed unable to rule themselves. The question boiled down to whether the Americans would create some sort of protectorate over Aguinaldo and his supporters, or just annex the islands and make them a colony. McKinley had probably already decided. Immediately after the Spanish evacuated Manila on August 13, with Aguinaldo shut out of the victory, the President ruled out joint occupation with the insurgents and ordered that they must recognize the military occupation and authority of the United States. 67 After Elwell S. Otis, a by-the-book desk general, replaced Merritt on August 30 as commander of U.S. ground forces, relations with Aguinaldo deteriorated rapidly. Otis warned Aguinaldo that if he did not remove his forces from Manila by September 15, the Americans would be obliged to take forcible action. Aguinaldo pulled back, but also sent 2 emissaries to plead his case in Washington for recognition and a place at the peace conference, which was to start on October 1 in Paris. McKinley received them but granted the Filipino envoys no status except as private individuals and not as participants. The President had already stacked the American delegation with annexationists and then toured the Midwest prior to the fall elections gathering support. Registered at the end of October, he instructed his peace commissioners to demand transfer of the entire Philippine Islands to the United States. The flag would not be pulled down in Manila as Cleveland had pulled it down in Honolulu after the 1893 coup there. The consistent position of the President and others close to him was that the Filipinos were not capable of self-government. Aguinaldo, his colleagues, and other Filipinos were referred to by tribal names, and thus diminished in legitimacy. Their inferiority was assumed, not analyzed. It was conventional wisdom, resting on racial and religious biases prevalent among even educated Americans of that day. McKinley and missionaries talked of Christianizing the Filipinos, ignoring the fact that the Catholic Spanish had been doing so for over 300 years. Imperialists and anti-imperialists alike regarded Filipinos as a non-Anglo-Saxon, non-white, and hence inferior race, like blacks or, more explicitly, Indians. During the debate in Congress in 1899 on the treaty and annexation, supporters openly drew parallels between Indians in the 268 West and Filipinos. Both were unenlightened savages to whom civilization should be brought. Basically the same senators voted for Philippine annexation and for full federal control of Indians and their land. Virtually all of the 30 generals who served during the war against the insurrectos were from the West or had had Indian fighting experience. Registered the racial and anti-Catholic prejudices of common soldiers and officers of the American Army took blunt and aggressive forms. Despite Aguinaldo's proven success in organizing a prolonged rebellion against the Spanish, and despite Dewey's initial impression that he and his officers were well educated and intelligent, the McKinley administration simply refused to entertain the idea that the Filipinos could govern their islands, either by themselves or under American protection. The peace treaty was signed on December 10, 1898. Spain was to leave Cuba, turn over Puerto Rico and an island in the Marianas to the United States, and transfer the entire Philippines to the United States, for which Spain would receive $20 million. The Spanish objected but had no choice. McKinley interpreted the treaty to mean that Spain had ceded the Philippines to the United States alone. The insurrectos were not included. On December 21 the President wrote new instructions to General Otis, outlining what American sovereignty would mean. The orders were sent on December 29 and announced in Manila on January 4, 1899. It will be the duty of the commander of the forces of occupation to announce and proclaim in the most public manner that we come not as invaders or conquerors, but as friends. It should be the earnest and paramount aim of the military administration to win the confidence, respect, and affection of the inhabitants of the Philippines by assuring them in every possible way that full measure of individual rights and liberties which is the heritage of a free people, and by proving to them that the mission of the United States is one of benevolent assimilation, substituting the mild sway of justice and right for arbitrary rule. In the fulfillment of this high mission, supporting the temperate administration of affairs for the greatest good of the governed, there must be sedulously maintained the strong arm of authority, to repress disturbance and to overcome all obstacles to the bestowal of the blessings of good and stable government upon the Philippine Islands under the flag of the United States. 7. To Alaska and across the Pacific. 269. On the next day, January 5, Aguinaldo countered with his own proclamation. He would not acquiesce in a forcible American conquest. The insurrectos proceeded to hold a constitutional convention at Malilo, and on January 23 Aguinaldo became the first president of the Republic of the Philippines. The conflict was becoming joined, the Insurrecto Republic versus the American occupation. Otis chose to emphasize sedulously maintain the strong arm of authority rather than benevolent assimilation. In doing so he was behaving in a context very familiar to Americans at that moment. In 1887 Congress had passed the Dos Severaltei Act, which abolished tribal ownership and began forcing Indians into individual land holding, another manifestation of benevolent assimilation. The Filipinos therefore had the bad luck of encountering American society and government at its most racist moment, when it was forcing conformity upon Indians, excluding Chinese immigrants, disenfranchising African Americans in the South, affirming the separate but equal doctrine in schools and public accommodations, and lynching well over 100 blacks every year. The Filipinos were yet another people who would learn how benevolence and authoritarianism might be combined. As conditions became more tense in Manila, the Treaty of Paris went to the Senate for ratification. While it removed Spain formally from the Philippines, the annexation versus protectorate question was technically still open. The Senate debated in executive session through January, with no certain victory by either side. Past and future Democratic presidential candidate William Jennings Bryan urged passage, arguing that final status of the islands could be dealt with afterward. The treaty passed by one vote more than the necessary two-thirds, 57 for and 27 opposed, on February 6. All but 2 Republicans voted for, Democrats split, 10 for, 22 opposed, 5 populists were opposed. Resolutions favoring Filipino independence then came close to passing. But they did not, and annexation proceeded. 2 days before the Senate vote, on the night of February 4, 1899, a Nebraska volunteer named William Grayson shot and killed 2 insurrecto soldiers. He shouted out to his comrades, "Line up, fellows, the niggers are in here," all through these lines. Within a day, 59 Americans and 3,000 Filipinos were dead. The war, minimized as an insurrection in American accounts and histories, had begun. From February 4, 1899, until July 4, 1902, the United States 270 was at war with the Filipinos. By late October, Otis's troops had defeated their enemy in conventional settings after a campaign across northern Luzon. Aguinaldo, however, shifted to guerrilla warfare. His troops melted into the landscape, switched from being soldiers to farmers and back again, ambushed stray columns, and avoided pitched battles. An American officer reviled the Filipinos for refusing to stand up and be shot like men. Senior American officers who were veterans of the Indian Wars easily equated the Filipinos with the savages of the plains, deserving extermination. Common soldiers, many of them lightly trained volunteers, were unlimited in both their patriotism and their racism. One wrote, "I am in my glory when I can sight my gun on some dark skin and pull the trigger." 73 other comments were much worse. An American torture technique, the water cure, became notorious for making prisoners talk. As an American soldier described it in a letter home, the victim is laid flat on his back and held down by his tormentors. Then a bamboo tube is thrust into his mouth and some dirty water, the filthier the better, is poured down his unwilling throat. 74 One careful historian identified 57 verifiable instances when American soldiers committed atrocities, plus 60 cases of aggravated assault, including murder of prisoners, murder of civilians, rape, the water cure, and miscellaneous other acts. Incidents increased as the struggle wore on. From the other side, an American infantry company was surprised at Balangiga on Samar Island in September Ridger by disguised insurrecto infiltrators who killed 45 and wounded 11 of them. General Jacob W. Smith then promised to make Samar a howling wilderness in retaliation, ordering that any Filipino capable of harming American troops should be killed on sight. Such persons were defined as anyone 10 years old and up. Smith was later court-martialed and convicted for this, but he was let off with only his forced retirement. 75 By then the insurrection on Luzon had wound down, leaving the fighting to outlying islands. In March, a colonel of Kansas volunteers, Frederick Funston, discovered Aguinaldo's hideout and on a ruse took him prisoner. Funston became an instant hero, and he was briefly talked of as a running mate for Theodore Roosevelt in 1904. But the public and Congress soon learned that Funston had bragged about executing prisoners and enforcing bayonet rule, and Truly Serious had criticized the new civilian Philippines administration of William Howard Taft. Mark Twain loosed some of his bitterest satire against Funston in an essay in which he wrote that Funston was not truly to blame for his despicable actions, because his corrupt nature took as naturally to moral slag as Washington's took to moral gold. Funston was morally colorblind, he had a native predilection for unsavory conduct. For Twain, the worst of it was that Funston was applauded and his conduct considered a model for others. 7 Cent In December 1901 the American commander at Batangas in southern Luzon began herding local people into protected zones around certain villages, warning that anyone who stayed outside was in mortal danger. This was, in effect, the same policy of reconcentration that the Spanish General Valeriano Weyler had effected in Cuba, and which Americans had condemned before the war. The American press in 1897 to 1898 denounced Weyler, but by RG-01 the U.S. Army was doing just what Weyler had done. The tactic also prefigured the strategic Hamlet's policy that the Americans would use decades later in Vietnam. At home, a war of words between supporters and opponents of Philippine annexation heated up from late 1898 and continued to 1902. Anti-imperialists nearly defeated the treaty in the Senate in early 1899. The Anti-Imperialist League, founded by the Boston businessman economist Edward Atkinson, included prominent people as diverse as Mark Twain and Andrew Carnegie. Atkinson called the annexation criminal aggression, and proposed that the Philippines become a neutral commercial zone, run by experienced colonial administrators under whom we can aid the inhabitants to bring order out of chaos, help them work out their own national salvation. But no one adopted his suggestion. Instead, a War Department lawyer assured Secretary Elihu Root that the United States had full jurisdiction and a perfect right to annex the Philippines. Senator Albert Beveridge, with Massachusetts' S. Henry Cabot Lodge, the most vociferous of the Senate imperialists, proclaimed that Philippine annexation was no departure from America's past. It is as old as our steady progress toward national power, yes, as old as the varying movements of civilization itself. The mastery of that great ocean in the future is to be ours. Lewis Cass had said so in the 1840s, and so had William Seward in the 1850s. 8 President Theodore Roosevelt declared the war officially over on July 4, 1902. More than 126,000 American troops had gone to the Philippines, 4,234 were killed, more than 2,800 were wounded, and several thousand more died later of diseases or injuries. Upwards of 20,000 Filipinos were killed in combat, and probably 200,000 more died as a 272 result of diseases, scorched earth, destruction of crops, burnt down villages, and other disruptions. The war was as ugly as it was unnecessary. In 1899 President McKinley appointed a civilian commission headed by Jacob Gould Sherman, president of Cornell University, to investigate conditions and advise him on policy. The Sherman Commission reported in late 1899 and early 1900 that a degree of home rule would be good, but under U.S. sovereignty, and that no war had ever been more humanely conducted. McKinley sent a second commission under a 43-year-old Ohio lawyer, William Howard Taft. Taft reported interviewing many witnesses who, whatever their bias, agreed that the masses of the people are ignorant, credulous, and childlike, and that under any government the degree electoral franchise must be much limited, because the large majority will not, for a long time, be capable of intelligently exercising it. Yet, Taft wrote, the great majority of the people long for peace and are entirely willing to accept the establishment of a government under the supremacy of the United States, though they did not always show their support for fear of reprisals from the insurgents. Conspiracy, a mafia on a very large scale. McKinley was ready to establish a civil administration. General Otis had been getting bad press for his bluntness and insensitivity. General Arthur MacArthur replaced him in rigor but fared little better. In March 1901 the President gave Taft full authority, and on July 1, 1901, civilians took over from the Army. MacArthur was not pleased, and many military officers regarded such nation building as coddling a bunch of savages. Taft had Roosevelt's and Root's backing, however, and he prevailed. After McKinley appointed Taft as governor, MacArthur feuded with him. Whatever the virtues of Otis, MacArthur, and the other generals, diplomacy was not one of them. Taft took hold quickly despite the generals. He began establishing schools, improving public health, and putting in place the start of local governments from September 1900 onward. No one can defend contagious diseases or ignorance, and the American regime did much to reduce both. But it was not a democratic regime. In 1902 Congress passed an Organic Act for the Philippines. Construction of schools, sewerage, medical facilities, and agencies of local government proceeded. Another report of the ongoing Philippine Commission in 1904 informed Washington that Luzon was tranquil except for a few bands of ladrones who needed to be exterminated. In 1907 the first legislative elections among Filipino candidates and political parties were held. 8° The Philippines began to look very much like a species of American protectorate. But if that could happen in 1907 or even 1902, why did it not happen in 1898? In 1916 the first bill promising future Philippine independence, the Jones Act, passed Congress. It created an all-Filipino legislature and Senate. The American Governor-General remained the final authority, with power to override the legislature, but nevertheless, the administration of President Woodrow Wilson made a clear retreat from colonialism, becoming the first country ever to declare its intention to free a colony. In 1934 the Tydings-McDuffie Act actually promised independence in 12 years. Manuel Quezon became president in 1935 of the resulting Commonwealth of the Philippines, continuing in exile in the United States during the Japanese-American War and occupation until he died in 1944. 2 years later, Manuel Roxas became president of the independent republic. In 1964 Emilio Aguinaldo died at age 94. In 1992, after the Philippine government refused to renew a post-war treaty, the United States finally removed its remaining forces from Clark Air Force Base and the naval base at Subic Bay, north of Manila. After more than 90 years of occupation, the flag was finally lowered. The United States turned a byproduct of a campaign ostensibly to free Cuba into a half-century of colonialism in the Philippines. Never was there the slightest intention of making the islands a frontier of settlement or a state. Quite the contrary. The threat was that Filipinos would migrate to the American mainland, and about 50,000 did so in the 1920s. The 1934 law promising independence put a stop to that, depriving Filipinos of any rights of citizenship and capping immigration at 50 people a year. A Repatriation Act in 1935 paid Filipinos their passage back home on the condition that they never return. The Great Depression was one context of those laws. Their immediate purpose was to reduce unemployment. But persistent racial prejudice was another motive. In the immediate aftermath of World War II, when Britain gave up its empire in India and the Dutch got out of Indonesia, the United States removed itself from its one true, thoroughgoing colony as well. A new immigration law in 1965 finally permitted Filipinos to migrate freely to the United States. 274 Habits of EIMPTRE. Guam, byproduct of a byproduct. Since 1668, Spanish government, friars, and soldiers had ruled the Chamorro people of Guam and the other islands now called the Northern Marianas. On the morning of June 20, 1898, in the 330th year of that presence, the Spanish governor, Colonel Juan Marina, awoke to explosions along the shore. They came from an American cruiser, the USS Charleston, commanded by Captain Henry Glass. He was accompanying 3 troop transports en route from San Francisco to provide ground forces for the takeover of Manila. Glass's orders, opened after he took on coal at Honolulu, were to proceed to Guam, capture and secure it, and then sail to Manila. Neither Glass nor the Navy Department knew much about Guam, except that its main harbor at Agana was protected by Fort Santa Cruz, which presumably would defend it. No news about anything had come to Guam since April 9. Governor Marina sent a boat to greet the Americans. In it were Lieutenant Commander Don Francisco Garcia Gutierrez, the captain of the port, a surgeon, and an English-speaking Basque named Francisco Porchasac, who was an American citizen. Gutierrez apologized to Captain Glass for not returning what the Spanish had understood as a salute, on the ground that the fort had for some time been without operational guns. Glass explained that he had fired no salute but rather a bombardment, because Spain and the United States were at war. Glass took the 3 men prisoner, paroling them until the next day after they assured him that there would be, indeed could be, no resistance on shore. The next morning brought a demand for surrender. Governor Marina replied that he was under the sad necessity of being unable to resist such superior forces and regretfully accede to your demands, at the same time protesting against this act of violence. Glass imprisoned Marina and 3 of his staff on board the Charleston while his navigator, Lieutenant William Braunus Ruther, supervised the disarming of the 56 Spanish soldiers on shore. On June 21, the American flag replaced the Spanish, and the United States owned another island. Glass sailed off to Manila, leaving no soldiers, Spanish or American, on Guam. Portesac, the only American, deemed himself in charge, as did the only remaining Spanish official, and the two quarreled with each other for control until December, when the Navy Department obligingly took over on an executive order from McKinley. A month later, another naval. To Alaska and across the Pacific 27's officer claimed the uninhabited atoll known as Wake Island. Guam remained a Navy base, run by and for the Navy. For many years it was off-limits even to U.S. civilians, until the Truman administration transferred it to the Interior Department in 1950 *. The native Chamorros were not consulted at any point. Nor would they be, in a formal way, until the U.S. Congress sanctioned an elected legislature in the 1950s and a Chamorro became governor in 1960. Empire II in the Pacific was nearly complete. After World War II, the Northern Marianas Spanish in 1898, then German, then Japanese, and finally American became trust territories or in free association with the United States, as did nearby Micronesia registered, but they are really part of a later story. From Alaska to the Philippines, an offshore empire was in place. The United States had further interests in the Western Pacific, such as preserving an open door in China and resisting Japanese expansion. American diplomacy and commerce had pointed to East Asia since before Seward's time, and there was a strong connection in many minds between the Philippine and Guam annexations and the desire for a firm American foothold in and near China. Secretary of State John Hayes' open-door notes of September 1899 and July 1900, along with McKinley's deployment of more than 3,400 American troops in June 1900 to join European powers in suppressing the anti-foreign Boxer uprising in Beijing, revealed very strong American interest. Trademark the Caribbean became the other key theater of Empire II in the decades following the Civil War, though the major successes there did not begin until 1898. McKinley was certainly imperialist in his policies, but even more ardent expansionists would follow him. Theodore Roosevelt, Henry Cabot Lodge, Albert Beveridge, and Woodrow Wilson were yet to take power and assert American control, which they would do less in the Western Pacific than in the Caribbean. Contrary to an older generation of historians who viewed 1898 as a great aberration from the nation's earlier history, the American search for empire continued from its continental base and sought new targets and emphases. At home, the last recalcitrant Indians were herded onto reservations and millions of homesteaders scrambled across the Great Plains. Seward took Manifest Destiny and put a commercial twist on it. The Navy and the flag stuttered across the Pacific. Hawaii and the Philippines joined Empire II, the offshore empire, fairly peaceably in the first case and with much bloodshed in the second. Much of the Caribbean was about to follow, through a mixture of means but always with the continuing imperial motive. Chapter 10. Around the Caribbean. It would not be the part of wisdom for us to surrender the government entirely into their hands, since they are of a different civilization, not looking upon matters of government in the same light as the Anglo-Saxon. They really have no conception of the true meaning of equality and liberty. William D. Boyce, 1914. As far back as Thomas Jefferson's letter to Robert Livingston in April 1802, pointing out the new republic's dire need to control New Orleans, Americans with any sense of geopolitics and international trade had been casting covetous eyes on the Caribbean. Secretary of State William H. Seward wanted to buy the Dominican Republic, or at least Samain Bay, on its coast. Seward sailed around the Caribbean in January 1866 and then negotiated a treaty with Denmark to purchase the Danish West Indies. The Danes agreed to it, but the U.S. Senate did not. President Ulysses S. Grant also longed to acquire the Dominican Republic. Earlier, in the 1850s, American filibusters briefly took over Nicaragua. In 1850, Zachary Taylor's Secretary of State, John Clayton, worked out a treaty with Britain to the effect that if a canal across Central America were ever built, the United States and Britain would do it jointly. Tentative, sporadic, and without result before 1898, these initiatives into the Caribbean crystallized in the aftermath of the Spanish-American-Cuban War. As in the Central and Western Pacific, the American empire reached farther offshore than ever before, but more completely in the Caribbean. It became for the United States a region of paramount interest, where its dominance was unthreatened by any other power. Around the Caribbean 297. See USA Libra. No spot in the Caribbean had attracted voracious American eyes more often than Cuba. Ever since the United States captured the Floridas, Americans hoped that Cuba would be next. In 1848, President James K. Polk offered Spain $100 million for its island colony, but he was turned down flat. Filibusters in 1850 and 1851 failed, but kept expansionist hopes alive. The Franklin Pierce administration, Democratic and expansionist, briefly considered a scheme in 1854 by 3 of its diplomats to acquire Cuba, where slavery continued to exist. If Spain would not sell, we should be justified in wresting it, they urged. But the contemporary furor over the possible extension of slavery into the Kansas and Nebraska territories made the acquisition of Cuba or any other slave area politically untouchable. In 1868, Cubans began a 10-year uprising, which they called La Guerra Grande, to end Spanish colonial rule. The Peace of Zañan in 1878 gained them representation in the Spanish Cortes and freed any slaves who had fought on either side. 3 But neither La Guerra Grande nor another uprising in 1879 to 1880, La Guerra Chiquita, brought independence. Americans watched, but during those largely depression-ridden years did not intervene. By the 1880s, the United States had replaced mother country Spain as Cuba's leading trading partner. Cuban expatriates living in New York and other American cities kept the vision of liberty and freedom alive as best they could, words to which Americans have always responded. When a third insurrection began in 1895, pressure began mounting toward an official, armed intervention by the United States. The election of William McKinley and expansionist Republicans in 1896 made such an intervention possible, even likely. By then, the Democratic Party had largely pulled back from its spread-eagle expansionism of the 1840s. Grover Cleveland, elected in 1884 and again in 1892 as the first Democratic president since before the Civil War, was no shrinking violet in his foreign policy, but neither was he any enthusiast for annexations. While he stoutly defended American interests in Samoa in the late 1880s and in the Caribbean in 1895, he withdrew the treaty to absorb Hawaii from Senate consideration in early 1893, and he, 278, remained leery of entering Cuba, or even aiding the insurrectos there, in his second presidential term, which ended in March 1897. McKinley and the Republican majorities in the Senate and the House that were elected with him in 1896 by no means lusted for war with Spain over Cuba. But they were ready to give an ear to popular outrage at reported Spanish brutalities and atrocities there, which were being publicized and magnified in the American press by the expatriate Cubans. They were also concerned about threats to American trade with Cuba and property there if the insurrection became more violent. It was an open question whether the insurrectos within Cuba would protect those American interests if they took over. The Spanish seemed less and less able to control the situation, but would it improve for American interests if the insurrectos came to power? Shrewd self-interest suggested that McKinley and his administration help send the Spanish home but also engineer substantial control of whoever succeeded them. The president did not personally favor annexation or even armed support of the rebels. Instead, he used diplomacy to pressure Spain to grant the Cubans autonomy, if not independence. With these strong efforts, Spain complied almost completely by late March and early April 1898. The Spanish ministry and the Queen Regent agreed to stop the tactics that Americans found most objectionable, and they consented to an armistice if the rebels asked for one. But the rebels continued to insist on full independence and Spain's complete withdrawal. The Spanish monarchy had never truly recovered from the disasters of the reigns of Carlos IV and Fernando VII and the Napoleonic intrusion. It was too shaky to simply walk out of either Cuba or the Philippines without defending its colonies and its honor. Prime Minister Antonio Cánovas del Castillo, of the Conservative Party, backed the military high command in Madrid and General Valeriano Weyler, the commander in Cuba, in using tough measures against the Cuban insurgents. But Cánovas was assassinated by an Italian anarchist in early August 1897. Weyler's tactics were not winning anyway. Cánovas's successor, Praxedes Mateo Sagasta of the Liberal Party, did not have the military's confidence, and when he fired Weyler and took conciliatory steps toward the Cubans, he faced an officers' revolt. Sagasta saw his ultimate duty as saving the monarchy of the Queen Regent, Maria Cristina, and her son the future King Alfonso XIII. He could risk a foreign war with the United States, but not another civil war at home. In March and April 1898, Sagasta and the Queen went as far as they possibly could in offer around the Caribbean 279ing concessions. They were almost too much for Madrid's conservatives and military, and not enough for the Cubans. Therefore, they were also not enough for McKinley. What Spain would agree to, the insurrectos and McKinley could not. What the insurrectos demanded, the Spanish government could not give and still survive. After the American battleship USS Maine blew up in Havana Harbor on February 15, 1898, killing 266 sailors, the road to war was almost irreversible. Although the real cause was much later proved to be an internal combustion of coal dust that exploded the ship's ammunition magazine, a Navy investigation concluded that the cause was external to the ship. The public blamed Spain, not very logically, as Spain would have had nothing to gain and a lot to lose. But pressure for intervention soared, both from the American public and the Cubans at home and in the United States. Despite Madrid's concessions, the insurrectos were adamant. On April 11, McKinley sent a message to Congress calling for the forcible intervention of the United States as a neutral to stop the war. After debate, Congress responded on April 20 with a joint resolution that had 4 parts. First, it declared that the people of the island of Cuba are, and of right ought to be, free and independent. Second, it affirmed the duty of the United States to demand that Spain at once relinquish its authority and government in Cuba and withdraw its land and naval forces. Third, it directed and empowered the President to use the entire land and naval forces of the United States, and state militias, to carry these resolutions into effect. These were predictable, but the fourth part was not. Introduced by Senator Henry M. Teller, and therefore known as the Teller Amendment, it stated that the United States hereby disclaims any disposition or intention to exercise sovereignty, jurisdiction, or control over said island except for the pacification thereof, and asserts its determination, when that is accomplished, to leave the government and control of the island to its people. Although personally in favor of annexations, Teller understood the public mood in April, that the United States should intervene to stop the fighting in Cuba and convert it from a Spanish colony to an independent republic, but that taking advantage of the situation for American territorial aggrandizement was unfair. Teller, and others agreed with him, believed that American motives should be seen to be pure. Many among the public 280 habits.onfmtra wanted Cuba Libre, a free Cuba, not territory. The Teller Amendment sailed through without a single nay vote. Teller explained the following December that his amendment did not mean immediate absolute independence, but rather American assistance in establishing self-government and control of Cuba's foreign relations. In other words, some kind of a protectorate. Yet in April, his amendment expressed an undeniable altruism among much of the press and public, the popular belief that Spain was oppressing the Cubans, that the struggle paralleled Britain versus the Americans of 1776, that liberty freedom, and moral rights demanded intervention. The Teller Amendment appeared to stop annexation dead. So it did, but it did not kill the annexationist spirit, nor did it supplant the drive to control events in Cuba, and indeed to control Cuba itself. Instead, it forced annexationists to invent a new way of exercising control, the device known as the protectorate. In the Cuban case, the first of several begun during the next few years, the instrument would be the Platt Amendment, added in March 1901 by Congress to the Military Appropriations Bill then before it. Mostly drafted by Secretary of War Elihu Root, but named after Senator Orville Platt, who introduced it, it provided legal cover for the United States to control Cuba's public finances, foreign affairs, and public order without actually annexing it. It remained in force in Cuba and several other republics around the Caribbean Rim until 1934, serving as a new and major way to maintain empire too. But this is getting ahead of our story. Teller's amendment, on its face, expressed the idealism of the American people. Speeches in Congress and editorials in the press were studded with the traditional terminology of liberty and freedom. The call to arms represented a crusade to deliver an oppressed New World people from the clutches of Old World tyranny, writes historian Luis A. Perez, and thus it served further to consecrate the American purpose in Cuba with lofty and selfless motives. Certain of the virtue of the Cuban cause, convinced of the nobility of the Cuban insurrecto, confident in their mission of liberation? This idealism evaporated very quickly. The original American plan was to land 5,000 troops on the south shore of Orient Province. There they would link up with the insurrectos, resupply them, and probably withdraw to Florida until more volunteer regiments could be trained. In the meantime, the Navy would prevent Spain from resupplying its forces in Cuba. The American fleet. Around the Caribbean 281. ISSTES a United States New York SSEEAO, Atlantic, Sea Bogey Ocean PS Gulf of Mexico Guests S_Bahamas Havon 2 SIBTSLES at SS Tamers Virgin Containg. TLE of Cuba equals Dominican Islands Mexico, Apines Ixnay Bab UPSTENC San XEEC 23 Santiago Guanic Registered LEEAEEAEER, X Haiti AEEAE, Abilize, X Rico Vero YPE Caribbean Sea Guatemala from Denmark. U.S. controlled protectorates existed all or most of the time in Honduras, Nicaragua, Panama, Haiti, the Dominican Republic, and Cuba. Besides Panama, interocean canal routes were proposed from time to time across Nicaragua and the Isthmus of Tehuantepec in southern Mexico. Immediately steamed southward and discovered that the Spanish Caribbean Squadron under Admiral Pascual Cervera had docked in port at Santiago on May 19. The location seems an odd choice. A better one would have been to put in at Havana Harbor and reinforce the center of Spanish strength there. But Cervera's slow, overage ships were being chased by faster American ones, and had used too much coal crossing the Atlantic. Santiago Harbor happens to be at the interior end of a narrow channel from the sea. Sailing in or out had to be done single file. Cervera and his fleet could be trapped there, and they were. The Americans learned of Cervera's situation by the end of May and, shifting plans, quickly assembled a larger if poorly trained army. It sailed from Tampa on June 14, almost 17,000 strong. It landed on June 22 to 26 at Daiquiri and Siboney, two beach points 10 or 15 miles east of Santiago. The two had been swept of Spaniards by the 3,000 insurrectos in the area. Facing them were about 9,000 Spanish at Santiago. Another Spanish force of 7,000 at Guantanamo, a few dozen miles to the east, was immobilized by guerrillas and blockaded by American warships. Slowly starving and out of contact, they could never be brought to bear in relief of Santiago. Theoretically, the Americans were to reinforce 40,000 insurrectos on the island under the overall command of General Maximo Gemay and, in eastern Cuba, General Calixto Garcia. The insurrectos had been living on the land, harassing and chipping away at the Spanish for 3 years. They had effectively forced the Spanish to retreat to the larger towns and cities, giving up the broad countryside. They successfully kept the Spanish away from the beaches, allowing the Americans to land without opposition. Of probably 70,000 effective troops in Cuba, Spanish commanders could deploy only the 9,000 at Santiago, because so many were needed in central and western Cuba to keep the insurrection at bay. Gómez's and Garcia's effectives may have been ragtag, unkempt, and unmilitary-looking, but they weakened the Spanish at innumerable points. 10. After landing, the American forces, commanded by Major General William Shafter, proceeded westward towards Santiago. The first skirmish, at Las Guadsumas on June 24, resulted in more American casualties than Spanish, but since the Spanish then pulled back towards Santiago, the Americans called it a victory. Shafter spent the next week moving toward the city, focusing on taking 2 points on the way, the San Juan Heights and the village of El Cani. Shafter's units attacked both on July 1. The Spanish defenders, outnumbered 12-1 at El Cani and 16-1 at San Juan Heights, again fell back, but only after inflicting heavy damage. Using smokeless powder, they lost 593 killed and wounded, but the less well-equipped and minimally trained Americans lost 1,385.1. The American advance had been a helter-skelter operation and it ground to a halt. The one outstanding result, in addition to the capture of the 2 positions, was the battlefield glory accorded to Lieutenant Colonel Theodore Roosevelt, leading his Rough Rider Regiment up Kettle Hill. Shafter had hoped and expected to take Santiago that day, but instead he felt forced to dig in. Early on July 3 he sent a surrender demand to the Spanish commander in the city, General José Tourelle. Tourelle declined. 2. Around the Caribbean 283. On that same day, however, sea power resolved the situation. Admiral Cervera had been ordered to leave Santiago harbor for the open sea, a predictably desperate maneuver. His fleet was slower and less than half the size in ship numbers and firepower than the Americans. Threading single file down the narrow neck of the channel, his ships were either destroyed or driven ashore one by one as they emerged by the larger and faster American warships under Rear Admiral William T. Sampson. This time the casualty list greatly favored the Americans, 1 killed and 1 wounded, versus the Spaniards 323 killed, 151 wounded, and 1,720 taken prisoner. 3. As with Dewey's demolition of Spain's Eastern Squadron at Manila 2 months earlier, sea power had decided the war against Spain in both theaters. A third Spanish fleet, which had been sailing eastward through the Suez Canal with the intent of relieving the garrison at Manila, was called back. The Spanish government had reflected on how vulnerable the country had become. No longer were the Caribbean colonies at issue, they could not be resupplied and were therefore lost. Now at risk were the Canary Islands and even the coast of Spain itself, if the Americans chose to bombard them. Spanish ground forces were on their own, without hope of reinforcement, facing the insurrectos as well as the Americans. Shafter wisely chose to besiege Santiago rather than attack it. He resumed surrender negotiations with Tourelle, and after a 4-hour naval bombardment on July 11 the last shots fired in the campaign Tourelle capitulated on July 17, with Madrid's unhappy consent. Tourelle surrendered not only Santiago, but all of the 12,000 Spanish troops in eastern Cuba, seeing that further resistance, though it would damage the Americans severely, would ultimately be futile. Shafter later said that he was thunderstruck by this windfall. Washington, for its part, agreed to repatriate the Spanish armies. In short, the Cuban campaign lasted 3.5 weeks, from debarkation beginning on June 22 to Tourelle's surrender on July 17. The actual fighting was even briefer. Ground combat took place chiefly on July 1 just east of Santiago. Naval operations were confined to July 3. Casualties were close to equal on land, but very unequal at sea. The result was clear, however. Spain had lost Cuba and within weeks would evacuate it, not only from Santiago and the east, but from Havana and the west, where its armies were considerably larger but could not be brought to bear. The American strategy of attacking at a peripheral point, Santiago, rather than the most heavily guarded one, Havana, had 284 habits of empire. Paid off better, however, for the United States than for the Cuban insurrectos. Years later, the Cuban historian Emilio Roig de Luxembourg remarked that the Cubans had just about beaten the Spanish by themselves when the United States intervened, not to ensure Cuban freedom but to prevent it. Plus it is difficult to see how the insurrectos would ever have defeated many thousands of Spanish regulars in the field without the Americans. But at the least, some insurrecto harassments would likely have persuaded the Spanish eventually to withdraw. The victory came none too quickly. Dysentery, malaria, and yellow fever began breaking out among the American troops. By late July the War Department was scurrying to evacuate its forces from Cuba, and by August 14, thousands began arriving at a makeshift degree hospital and camp at Montauk Point, Long Island. In the Cuban campaign, 243 American soldiers were killed in combat, while 771 died of disease there and at Montauk. 5. The American action in Cuba in June-July 1898 paralleled the Philippine campaign in several ways. In both, Spanish navies were obliterated, Dewey's and Sampson's engagements were decisive. In both, the inexperience of the American officers and men was remedied in large part by technologically superior firepower and much better supply. And in both, amid the defeat of Spain, the Americans proved unable or unwilling to cooperate with or respect the insurrectos whom they had ostensibly gone to war to help. In the Philippines, as we saw in the previous chapter, Americans negotiated the surrender, the ceremony of transfer, and the departure with honor of the Spanish, completely excluding Aguinaldo and his insurgents from these events. Much the same thing happened in Cuba. From their first meetings with the Cuban insurrectos, Americans from foot soldiers to generals treated them with disdain and disgust. Ragged, ill-fed, and usually black or brown, they did not look like an army to the Americans. If they were to have any role in the fighting, it would be as trench diggers, messengers, or in other menial tasks despite their combat experience. Shafter made no serious effort to coordinate with the Cuban commander, Calixto García. His units not only were not allowed to take part in the capture of Santiago, but Shafter would not let them participate in running the city, administer liberated areas, or even come into the city after Americans took it. Shafter feared and said so that the insurrectos would loot and kill the citizenry. The rebels regarded this as a profound insult. When Garcia, around the Caribbean 285 offered to send a division to join the Americans in the taking of Puerto Rico, he was simply ignored. No Cuban was invited to sign the document transferring power from Spain in December 1898. At the transfer ceremony on January 1, 1899, the American military governor in charge did allow 9 Cuban generals to be present, but take no active role. 7. The Americans did not give the insurrectos credit for softening up the Spanish during the previous 3 years. To the contrary, the Americans were under the impression that they had freed Cuba from Spain all by themselves, and they were displeased that the Cubans were not giving them the proper credit and gratitude. Undoubtedly the American action shortened the uprising and saved many Cuban lives. But the many put-downs of the Cubans during the conflict, and in the occupation that followed, indeed, the fact that it was an occupation rather than the beginning of self-government, soured relations and attitudes on both sides. As a rule, whenever the U.S. Army or Navy ran an occupation or civil government in this period, it behaved harshly and without consideration of the customs or sometimes even the humanity of those being occupied or liberated. So it was in Samoa, Guam, and the Philippines, so it had been in the Indian Wars throughout the 19th century, and so it was in Cuba. The American colonial administrators, it should be said in justice, were usually less harsh than its military, and often idealistic and selfless. But they too, like their superiors in Washington, reflected the racist hauteur so common among Americans of that time. The rebels were poorly armed, they were half naked, that is, without proper uniforms or clean clothes, they did not stand and fight but employed hit-and-run tactics, like Indians in the West. In the Americans' racist eyes, they were, bluntly put, a bunch of savages. And, in a great many cases, they were black and Catholic. Shafter and other American commanders quickly decided that the rebel forces were worse than useless, unfit for combined operations, and a drag on battle plans. The journalists on the scene shaped American public opinion by painting the rebels in the same insulting terms. When the time came, and it came quickly, when American policymakers had to decide on and devise a plan to deal with a Cuba no longer colonial, it could only conclude that native self-government was out of the question. This assumption expressed the conventional wisdom in Washington. It was axiomatic that neither the Cubans nor the Filipinos, nor the Puerto Ricans nor the Chamorros of Guam, were in any way capable of running their own affairs without 286. Enlightened civilized guidance. The United States must control the situation. But there, alas, was that ticklish Teller Amendment. How could it be got around? Puerto Rico, the Guam of the East. An even easier conquest beckoned nearby, flowing as naturally in the wake of the Cuban conquest as Guam did after Manila. Although it was Spain's second and smaller colony in the Caribbean, Puerto Rico nevertheless occupied a strategic location as the easternmost of the Greater Antilles. It was very much part of the Caribbean and Gulf region that the United States had copyright thought it needed to control ever since Jefferson wrote Livingston about the geopolitical significance of New Orleans. Before the war, American strategists saw it as a possible base from which to reinforce Cuba, and it soon appeared to them anomalous to take Cuba but to leave Spain in possession of Puerto Rico. Capturing it would be relatively easy and would remove Spain completely from the Western Hemisphere. Spain had already given Puerto Ricans a large measure of home rule, and there was no insurrecto movement remotely like those in Cuba and the Philippines. Thus the capture of Puerto Rico seemed attractive, advisable, and feasible. Consequently Nelson Miles, the Army's commanding general, left Guantanamo on July 21 with 3,400 troops, to be joined soon by about 14,000 sailing directly from the States. Miles landed on the south side of the island near Ponce, skirmished on July 26 with a Spanish detachment, split his forces into 4 groups fanning out from northwest to northeast, to rendezvous at San Juan on the northeast shore. They were making their gradual way, about to meet significant Spanish resistance, when news came to Miles on August 12 that the American and Spanish governments had agreed in Washington to an overall armistice. No more fighting ensued. In fact, not much had occurred. The toughest engagement was at Coamo, a few miles east of Ponce, where the Americans and the Spanish each lost 6 men. The United States had taken Puerto Rico. Only a few would have imagined this outcome a few short months earlier, observes historian David Trask. It was an unintended byproduct of the war. 8. It was to Cuba as Guam was to the Philippine campaign, an island on the way, a satellite with measurable strategic value. Like Guam, it would tax the ingenuity of American empire. Around the Caribbean 287 builders to figure out a way to keep it and run it. An American military government was quickly put in place, to get rid of what the new chief, Brigadier General George Davis, called the most absolute administrative corruption. Davis, immune to intercultural sensitivity, reported that it was especially necessary to wipe out all those inherited vices and to prepare the country for a real democratic regime. An organic act, passed by Congress in 1900, installed a territorial government, which in due time could be raised to the highest dignity of membership as a state in the American Commonwealth. The Jones-Shafroth Act in 1917 granted citizenship to Puerto Ricanos and let them elect their own legislature. In 1947 they could begin to elect their own governor, and in 1952 the colony became a commonwealth. But statehood never happened, nor did everyone want it. Fewer than half of the voters in a 1998 referendum supported it. Degree. Colony wielding in the Caribbean. Once again, the United States had taken significant parts of Spain's empire. In fact, all that remained of it in the Caribbean and the Western Pacific. As in 1795 after Pinckney's San Lorenzo Treaty, as in 1803 with Louisiana, and as in 1810, 1813, and 1819 in the Floridas, what was Spanish became American. Those earlier cases were on the North American continent and contiguous to the United States. Their absorption was not problematical, they would all become states or parts of states. The offshore Spanish become American possessions, however, were not expected to do so. They were simply not thought of as future states, no matter what General Davis said about Puerto Rico. The very idea of an Asian Philippines or Guam, a black Cuba, or even a brown Puerto Rico joining the Union was inconceivable to most Americans, Southern or otherwise. With one fairly minor exception, the arrival of a few thousand hopeful citrus growers to Cuba before World War I, and the departure of most of them soon after, neither Cuba nor Puerto Rico were ever destinations for American settlement. The Dakotas, Montana, West Texas, and other parts of the Great Plains were much easier to reach, and in those very years they were absorbing hundreds of thousands of settlers. What, then, should Spain's former colonies become? The ultimate solution for Puerto Rico and the Philippines would be 288. To invent a new colonial category, the Commonwealth. Puerto Rico remains such an entity, with virtual home rule, not greatly different in its legal status from its final year or two as a Spanish possession. Cuba posed a greater difficulty, because the United States had forsworn annexation and promised an independent republic in the Teller Amendment. How that idealistic self-abnegation was circumvented, and American control was substituted, began immediately with the American conquest. The devices employed were, first, the military occupation after the Spanish went home, and second, the Platt Amendment of Ridger. The military government lasted from the end of 1898 until the Cuban Republic was officially founded on May 20, 1902. The first military governor was Major General John R. Brooke, who got right to work and reported in late 1899 that the Spanish had withdrawn, the Cuban army had been dispersed, and civil government had been set up. Brigadier General Leonard Wood, a physician turned field commander, took over from December 1899 until May 20, 1902. Under his rule the Americans conducted a land reform to clarify titles, a move destructive to peasant smallholders whose records had been destroyed during the insurrection, or who held land only by custom and tradition. The government decreed a moratorium on debt collection but then permitted claims to go through, bankrupting more small farmers. This policy was euphemistically called creating a land market. Buyers often were Americans with cash or credit. The Foraker Amendment, an 1899 congressional measure, forbade granting concessions or licenses to Americans, but would finesse that by authorizing revocable concessions. Land was thereby confiscated and leased to companies to build railroads to ship sugar and tobacco grown on plantations in the interior, holdings that were increasingly attracting American investment. In June 1900, Cubans voted in local elections and soon after for delegates to a constitutional convention. Or at least some Cubans voted. Secretary of War Root had instructed the military government that qualified voters must be male, 21 or older, Cuban citizens, and either be literate, hold property worth $250 in gold, or have served in the Cuban army before the armistice with Spain. This disenfranchised many peasants and, obviously, other poor or illiterate Cubans, and restricted the vote to the wealthier and better educated. 23 Despite the franchise rigging, and to Wood's disappointment, the annexationists around the Caribbean 289 among the Cubans were thoroughly defeated and Washington's efforts to control events proved flawed. The Constitutional Convention of early 1901 was freely elected, if by a pinched electorate. It was not, however, entirely free to decide whatever it wanted to. The military government insisted that the Platt Amendment to the Army Appropriation Bill of March 1 be added to the new Cuban Constitution. Root, an eminent corporate lawyer in private life, wrote all but one section, and that was authored by General Wood. It required that Cuban cities build sanitary systems to prevent epidemics and infectious diseases and thus to protect the people and commerce of Cuba, as well as the commerce of the southern ports of the United States and the people residing therein. Wood and many other Americans, particularly Southerners, were well aware of the yellow fever epidemics and other contagions that had devastated American coastal cities such as Charleston and New Orleans and which, it was assumed, had been carried there by travelers from the Caribbean. The Root-Wood-Platte provisions took away Cuba's power to make foreign treaties, or to incur any public debt that revenue would not cover. In the key Article 3, Cuba had to recognize the United States' right to intervene for the preservation of Cuban independence, the maintenance of a government adequate for the protection of life, property, and individual liberty, and for discharging the obligations with respect to Cuba imposed by the Treaty of Paris on the United States. The military government's previous acts were ratified and validated. Finally, Cuba promised to sell or lease to the United States land necessary for coaling or naval stations at certain specific points to be agreed upon with the President of the United States. That became the open-ended authorization for the American naval base at Guantanamo Bay. For when the Constitutional Convention balked at these infringements on sovereignty, the Americans made clear that refusal would result in military action, that is, martial law. The convention acceded. In 1903 these provisions became part of the definitive treaty between Cuba and the United States, which also provided for trade reciprocity. Added to the railroad building, the takeovers of land, and the Platte provisions, reciprocity became the final link in the chain tightly binding Cuba to the United States economically as well as politically. On May 20, 1902, Tomás Estrada Palma took the oath of office as 290 President of the Republic of Cuba. The Teller Amendment had been observed, Cuba was independent. The Spanish were gone. But the United States was very much present, watching and worrying whether annexation might still be possible or whether unsympathetic elements might begin winning elections. Another election in 1905 was condemned by the losers, the Liberal Party, as fraudulent. Uprisings threatened. To avoid them, Estrada asked the Americans to return and pacify the country, under the Platte provisions. President Theodore Roosevelt balked, but an armed uprising in August 1906 forced him to send William Howard Taft and Assistant Secretary of State Robert Bacon to Havana to investigate and recommend. Their recommendation was to keep Estrada as president but elect a new Congress, in return for the liberals behaving themselves. The liberals agreed, but Estrada and his moderates did not, and the American occupation forces had to return. They stayed until January 1909, when a newly elected government restored sufficient calm. Another uprising in Orient in the summer of 1917 put some railroad stations and American-owned houses and plantations to the torch. This brought back the Marines, who stayed until 1922. By then, in fact well before then, any thoughts among American movers and shakers about annexing Cuba had evaporated. Annexation was not necessary. Cuba was already a safe place for Americans and their investments without the problems attendant on granting U.S. citizenship to Cubans, as had been done for Puerto Ricans. By 1934, not even the Platte Amendment was necessary any longer, and the United States abrogated it in May of that year. It consistently inflamed anti-American feeling, and rather than forestalling disorder, provided an incentive. American forces occupied Cuba from 1898 to 1902, from 1906 to 1909, in 1912, and from 1917 to 1922, and the Platte Protectorate lasted until 1934. Cooperative Cuban governments under the formal or informal control of Fulgencio Batista continued from 1933 until late 1958. The government of Fidel Castro that took over on January 1, 1959, was not cooperative at all, and quickly became an enormous, intolerable irritant to those Americans who personally or with historical hindsight regarded Cuba as virtually U.S. territory but without the obligations of ownership. For many Cubans, however, the Castro government realized their unfulfilled yearning for full independence, first from Spain, but then from the United States. The unfinished business, as they saw it, thwarted ever since 1898. Around the Caribbean 291. Were the colonial governments established by the United States in the Philippines, Puerto Rico, and other new possessions constitutional? Anti-imperialists insisted that the Constitution must follow the flag, and the rights guaranteed by it must be extended to the people of these new places. But the U.S. Supreme Court ruled otherwise, in a series of cases beginning with Downs v. Bidwell, handed down on May 27, 1901, and elaborated upon in more than 30 others over the next 20 years. A 5-4 decision, Downs made a distinction between incorporated and unincorporated territories. The former included the areas that had gone through, or would soon go through, the step-by-step process first outlined in the Northwest Ordinance of 1787, which took them from territorial status to statehood. Eventually these included the entire continental United States and even Alaska and Hawaii. But the unincorporated territories not only would not progress to statehood, but their residents would not enjoy the fullness of rights of American citizens. Secretary Root insisted that Puerto Rico, for instance, might enjoy its Organic Act, but that was an act created by, and solely under the discretion of, Congress, with no rights guaranteed or deemed inherent in the people of the island. The Constitution did not follow the flag. Point 26. Panama. The United States was swiftly taking charge around the Caribbean. Puerto Rico's plain and simple transfer from Spain to the United States was explicitly stated in the Paris Treaty of 1899. Cuba avoided annexation because the Teller Amendment was politically irreversible, but the Platt Amendment and its inclusion in the Cuban Constitution rendered the country a protectorate. What remained? First, fulfillment of the long-standing dream of a canal across a narrow neck of Central America. Second, more protectorates in the Dominican Republic, Nicaragua, and Haiti. And third, the purchase of the Virgin Islands from Denmark. The result would ensure U.S. control of the region, one way or another. European powers could keep their island possessions: Britain's Jamaica, Trinidad, Grenada, and the Bahamas, France's Guadeloupe and Martinique, the Netherlands' Curaçao and southern Saint Martin, and some smaller ones, but they must recognize the United States' paramount interest in the region. That they did. Jefferson, the pre-Louisiana imperialist who wrote to Robert Livingston in 1802 about how Emperor 292 Tant New Orleans was to the United States, would have been astonished, proud, and fulfilled by the complete command his country had achieved over the Gulf and the Caribbean. A centerpiece of that command was the Panama Canal. It opened for business in 1914. Theodore Roosevelt, not long after he left the White House, bragged to a congressional committee that "I took Panama." How did he manage it? Ever since Balboa crossed Panama in 1513 to become the first European to look upon the Pacific, and since Magellan found out in 1519 how far it is to sail around South America, many dreamed of a canal across the nagging, narrow barrier of Central America. 3 routes were possible: Tehuantepec, Nicaragua, or Panama. The northernmost, and therefore the closest to New Orleans and the Texas Gulf ports, was across the Isthmus of Tehuantepec in southern Mexico, a north-south stretch of about 135 miles between the Gulf of Mexico and the Pacific. It had none of Mexico's usual high mountains, at its highest point reaching only about 750 feet above sea level. Even that was beyond the engineering capabilities of the late 1840s. But the idea of a canal was mentioned during the Annex All of Mexico enthusiasm in early 1848, and the Gadsden Purchase Treaty of late 1853 gave the United States the right to build a railroad across Tehuantepec. The railroad was built some years later. In the meantime, Secretary of State John Clayton signed a treaty in April 1850 with Britain agreeing that any Isthmian canal would be built jointly by the United Kingdom and the United States. The site was not specified. By the mid-1850s, no canal was underway, but an American-built 47-mile railroad opened across Panama in January 1855, meeting intense demand for a route to avoid sailing around South America to get from the eastern states to California and its newfound gold. The canal project, like other expansions, languished during the Civil War. That done, however, the indefatigable Seward negotiated a treaty with Colombia permitting a canal across Panama. It fell through. He approached Nicaragua in 1866, but he did not give up on Panama. Seward drummed up American funding in 1868 and 1869, and sent the veteran Massachusetts politician and diplomat Caleb Cushing as his agent to bring Colombia around. After 2 years' work, Cushing wheedled a treaty out of the Colombians in early 18,609, delighting wealthy New York investors whom Seward and his friends had rounded up. Colombia was on board and the money was on the way. Around the Caribbean 293. But after Seward left office in March, the Senate would not ratify the treaty, and the canal project slumbered again. The opening of the Suez Canal in 1869 intensified interest. If the long sail around Africa could be avoided, couldn't the voyage around South America be shortened as well? The French company that built Suez thought so, and Ferdinand de Lesseps, the chief engineer of the Suez project, tried in the 1880s to build a canal across Panama. But Suez was a sea-level project. Panama required locks and a way to avoid the tropical diseases that could devastate and decimate whatever labor force anyone hired to do the digging. De Lesseps's Panama Company could not overcome these problems, and it went bankrupt in 1889. The Nicaraguan option resurfaced. Although it would have to be more than 3 times the length of a Panama Canal, at about 170 miles, much of it would cross natural rivers and lakes. It would require few locks, possibly none, and be basically a sea-level undertaking like Suez. By 1900, both Panama and Nicaragua were live possibilities. With Cuba and Puerto Rico in hand, momentum for a canal surged. 2 legal obstacles had to be cleared away. First, Britain agreed to cancel the Clayton-Bulwer Treaty of 1850, facing the reality of American paramount interest in the Caribbean. In February 1900, Secretary of State John Hay and British Minister Julian Pauncefote signed a treaty freeing the United States to build a canal on its own. The Senate balked because the agreement failed to give full rights of defense to the Americans. But Hay and Pauncefote renegotiated in November 1901, correcting that flaw, and the Senate ratified the new treaty. The other legal obstacle was the rights of the bankrupt French company. If the United States chose the Nicaraguan route and there was strong support for it in the government's Isthmian Canal Commission in 1899 and by early 1902 in the Senate, the French rights were worthless. But effective lobbying by the French company tilted the struggle toward Panama. On each senator's desk appeared a Nicaraguan postage stamp showing a volcano, Mount Momotombo, erupting along the proposed route. Senators also heard just then of a volcano that exploded in Martinique, killing 30,000 people. Within weeks, in June 1902, the Spooner Act authorized buying out the French company's rights for its asking price of $40 million. The United States had committed to the Panamanian route. All that remained was the matter of Colombia's sovereignty over Panama. Secretary Hay negotiated a treaty with the Colombian minister. 294. In Washington to lease to the United States a 10-kilometer wide strip across the isthmus. The U.S. Senate ratified this in March 1903. But in August the Colombian Senate refused to do so. Yet Theodore Roosevelt, Secretary Hay, and Philippe Bonavarilla, the French company's agent, were not to be denied. Bonavarilla stirred up the ever-simmering independence movement in Panama. He met with Roosevelt, coming away with a wink and nod, understanding that the United States would provide significant support. This included posting a U.S. Navy cruiser just off the Atlantic coast of the isthmus, to protect American persons and property and also to prevent Colombian forces from quelling an uprising. Long eager to become independent of Colombia and to run their own affairs, Panamanians declared themselves a republic on November 3, 1903. When Colombia tried to send troops from one coast to the other to put down the revolt, the railroad first carried the officers. It promised to bring their troops on the next train, but it never did. The Panamanian rebels arrested the officers, the troops went home, and the U.S. Navy blockaded the coast so that more Colombian forces could not land. The State Department recognized the new republic almost immediately, on November 5, and warned Colombia against further moves. Secretary Hay drafted a convention for the construction of a ship canal giving the United States a lease in perpetuity to a zone 5 miles on either side of a ship canal across the Isthmus of Panama to connect the Atlantic and Pacific Oceans. Buenavarilla, styling himself the diplomatic representative of the new republic, signed it with only one change. Hay's draft had given the United States full sovereignty within the zone, but Buenavarilla revised it to confer all rights, power, and authority within the zone, which the United States would possess and exercise if it were the sovereign. Long arguments about what this meant kept surfacing for decades, but the language effectively granted control of the canal zone to the United States, which promised to pay the Republic of Panama $1 million upon ratification and $250,000 annually. The convention also made the new republic a protectorate of the United States, along the lines of the Cuban Treaty earlier that year. Ratifications by each side were exchanged on February 26, 1904. No real Panamanian ever signed that treaty, as the historian Walter Lafebre observed in his account of the gaining and giving up of the canal. When some Panamanian officials arrived in around the Caribbean 295 Washington in late November, they were aghast, but the deed had been done. The Portus Power Corollary and the Protectorates. The United States thus extracted protectorates on the east and west ends of the Caribbean in 1903, Cuba by adoption of the Platt Amendment, and Panama under the Canal Treaty. The next step in solidifying American control over the Caribbean was a unilateral declaration by President Roosevelt in December 1904 in his annual message to Congress. He claimed that it was not true that the United States feels any land hunger or entertains any projects as regards the other nations of the Western Hemisphere save such as are for their welfare. All that this country desires is to see the neighboring countries stable, orderly, and prosperous. The word to small republics was clear and simple: keep order and pay your bills, and you need fear no interference from the United States. But beware. Chronic wrongdoing, or an impotence which results in a general loosening of the ties of civilized society, may require intervention by some civilized nation, and in the Western Hemisphere may lead the United States, however reluctantly, in flagrant cases of such wrongdoing or impotence, to the exercise of an international police power. Roosevelt tied this self-bestowed license to Plattism. He continued, if every country washed by the Caribbean Sea would show the progress in stable and just civilization, which with the aid of the Platt Amendment, Cuba has shown since our troops left the island, all question of interference by this nation would be at an end. Definitions of stable and just civilization, and other terms in the statement were of course not only American but aggressive imperialist American. They were spoken in the tradition of Jackson and Polk, and never with less embarrassment than by Theodore Roosevelt. The chain of America's control around the Caribbean was now complete. The Cuban intervention, however well-intentioned at first, produced the Platt Amendment, that in turn produced the Cuban Republic as a protectorate. The Panama Treaty affirmed a protectorate there, and Roosevelt's message took the process one further step, to a general policy, which came to be known as the Roosevelt or police power corollary to the Monroe Doctrine. Why was this being done? Most obviously, to 296. Defend American property and American strategic security when they were perceived to be threatened, if only potentially, and in the last analysis, because it could be done. The United States had the power. The popular president also was unshakably convinced of Anglo-Saxon racial superiority, and he aroused those atavistic and self-justifying feelings among millions of his fellow citizens. As the British historian Gordon Connell Smith observed, Roosevelt, with his belligerent policies and utterances, his unconcealed sense of Anglo-Saxon superiority and urge to play the policeman of the Western Hemisphere epitomized what Latin Americans would increasingly come to fear and hate. 29 The policy was extended almost immediately to the Dominican Republic, and soon would be to Nicaragua and Haiti. In January 1905, on the heels of Roosevelt's proclamation of his police power corollary, the United States started talking with the Dominican Republic about its problems paying its debts to European powers. American planters began arriving in the 1890s, changing the small country's export crops and markets and infringing on European planter investors. The Dominicans were indeed defaulting on their loans, and a combined European intervention was a real possibility. It was happening in Venezuela for the same reason. In February the two sides agreed to give the United States control over Dominican tax receipts and custom houses. Order and stability, civilized behavior, would reign. The U.S. Senate balked, but Roosevelt appointed a customs collector anyway, backed by warships offshore. In February 1907 a compliant Dominican government signed a treaty, creating another U.S. protectorate. More than half of the public revenue that the country, that is, its people, earned went to pay foreign debts. Nobody seems to have blamed the lenders for making bad loans or objected to foreigners buying ownership of plantations. Default, whatever the hardship on the taxable public, had become no more an economic option than self-government was a political one. The Dominican people no longer owned or ran their own country. 11 years later, still not enough stability, order, and civilized behavior existed to satisfy President Woodrow Wilson and his Secretary of State, William Jennings Bryan. In early 1914 they were unhappy with an interim president who would not leave office, and an empty Dominican treasury. So they maneuvered a new, legally elected government into office. Bryan's successor at state, Robert Lansing, took a harder line, appointing a financial controller in November 1915 and a new constab. Around the Caribbean 297 Uluru. Still more order was needed to prevent seething popular resentment, so hundreds of U.S. Marines began arriving in May 1916. The Republic was wholly American-run. Wilson controlled its elections, then sent troops, and finally occupied it. The Marines stayed until 1924. 3 Nicaragua was next. Since 1893 the country had been run by José Zelaya, who financed his quarrels with neighboring Honduras, El Salvador, and Guatemala with European loans. By 1909 his impatient creditors required him to turn over the custom houses to them. American property owners supported an indigenous uprising against Zelaya. In the process, 2 American citizens were killed. The Taft administration announced support of the rebels, Zelaya went into exile in Mexico, and a new government under Adolfo Diaz took over. Zelaya's was an early example of a series of U.S. wrought regime changes. Diaz and the United States signed, in June 1911, an agreement called the Knox-Castrillo Convention, which made Nicaragua a protectorate. The United States underwrote a loan to pay off the country's creditors, with customs receipts as the collateral. The U.S. Senate balked at Knox-Castrillo, but after Zelaya's supporters attempted to return in 1912, the Taft administration sent a fleet of ships and 2,500 Marines to restore order. A new treaty gave the United States control over the public money. It also turned over the Corn Islands, off the country's east coast, as well as the rights to build a naval base on its Pacific coast and a canal across the country if the United States ever decided to. The Diaz government had the support of the Wilson administration, but not of a majority of the Nicaraguan people. A popular uprising in 1927 under Augusto Sandino brought back the Marines, and the Sandinistas, as their heirs were to be called, were put down. American forces departed in early 1933, entrusting the National Guard to Anastasio Somoza. Somoza killed Sandino a year later, and in 1937 claimed the presidency. He, and then 2 of his sons, ran Nicaragua as military dictators until the Sandinista National Liberation Front took over in 1979. Despite continued attacks by Contras supplied by the Reagan administration, the Sandinistas remained in power until a free election in 1990 placed centrist Violeta Barrios de Chamorro in the presidency. The protectorate system was already in trouble in 1934. It was expensive for the United States, then mired in the Great Depression, and both the Hoover and Franklin Roosevelt administrations backed away from it. 298. In the early 1930s. For the preceding 2 decades, however, Nicaragua's uneasy neighbors disliked the country's cozy acquiescence in American power. A Central American country had invited a U.S. protectorate. Objections would strengthen and multiply around the region through the 1920s. Haiti with its checkered history came under the protection of the United States for similar reasons, inability to pay foreign debts and the threat, as perceived in Washington, of European intervention to collect them. The United States sought a Platte-type protectorate treaty in 1914 but the Haitians refused, despite the desperate shape of the country's finances. In July 1915 the president, Guillaume Sam, slaughtered more than 150 political opponents, and a revolt erupted. Washington sent a cruiser to Port-au-Prince, the capital. Rioters killed Sam. 2,000 Marines landed in August to establish order, but in the process nearly 2,000 Haitians died, perhaps more than 10,000 by the time the Marines departed in 1934. Meanwhile, the new U.S.-backed Haitian government agreed by treaty to turn over the public finances, which American operatives took charge of, thus running the country. 33 To summarize, the protectorate system began with the Platt Amendment of 1901 and the insertion of it into the Cuban Constitution in 1903. The Panama Convention of late 1903 provided similar control there, as well as creating the Canal Zone, with its quasi-sovereignty clause. The Roosevelt police power corollary of late 1904 generalized the system to the Caribbean region. In early 1905, the Dominican Republic became a protectorate and remained so until 1924. Nicaragua's lasted from 1911 to 1924, with U.S. troops present except for a brief period until 1934. Haiti was a protectorate, with troops present, from 1915 to 1934. In none of these places did the United States annex any territory. Instead, the United States exerted control in a new way, the protectorate device, which ironically was created as a way to get around the renunciation of power pledged by the Teller Amendment of 1898. The device was less direct but it was sufficient. It was expensive, but less so than annexation. As the IQLOS and 1920s wore on, however, Washington gradually realized that the protectorate system continuously evoked popular uprisings, because it was experienced by the people as the intolerable suppression of sovereignty. That sense began with the Cuban insurrectos and was felt around the region, not least among those Latin Americans who were not them. Around the Caribbean 299 selves subjected to the system, but regarded it as a threat. By the mid-1920s, sometimes earlier, American policymakers knew that they did not need to send in the Marines and take over custom houses in order to achieve their goals of anti-revolutionary stability and protection of American property and corporate interests. Supporting conservative or reactionary factions, politicians and military cliques did the job as well and more cheaply. This policy, in turn, ironically helped cause revolutions in Central America and in Cuba. 34, the protectorates were not all alike. Nicaragua and Panama in different ways asked for American help and oversight, while the Dominican Republic and Haiti were essentially taken over as puppet states with few vestiges of sovereignty permitted. 3 But they all represented the United States' exertion of its own imperium in the region of its paramount interest. The protectorates finally succumbed to Latin American outrage at such blatant Yankee interference. In 1930 the State Department issued a document by J. Reuben Clark, known as the Clark Memorandum, which renounced the Roosevelt corollary. Pinched financially by the Great Depression, the Hoover administration was pulling back. And in 1934, Franklin Roosevelt announced his good neighbor policy and the end of protectorates. Their successor governments, however, were often military rightist authoritarian regimes, including Batista's in Cuba, Somozas in Nicaragua, and Rafael Trujillo's in the Dominican Republic. Economies continued to be underdeveloped, and the announced ideals of democracy and freedom remained at best embryonic despite grand rhetoric from editors, politicians, and pundits. From Denmark, the last purchase. In a reversion to the typically 19th-century way of acquiring territory, the United States made the final acquisition to its fully sovereign areas in 1917, when it bought the Danish West Indies. They became the Virgin Islands of the United States. 40 miles east of Puerto Rico, the three principal islands were, together, about 2/3 the size of Guam. They gave the nation no significant natural resources, but they were situated in a strategic location at the entrance to the most direct sea route into the Caribbean, and thus to the Panama Canal. Efforts to purchase them by Seward and by McKinley and Theodore Roosevelt, as we have seen, had fallen. 300. Through. Settlement, of course, was never the motive. Having a coaling station there, controlling access to the Caribbean, and preempting a strong power from taking over, were reasons enough. 3 The additions of Puerto Rico, the Cuban Protectorate, and the Canal Zone only made the Danish islands more attractive, indeed seemingly essential. The Theodore Roosevelt administration's interests stayed alive. The problem was to persuade the Danes that the Americans were not imperialists, materialists, or racists who would manhandle the largely black population of the islands. A genial American minister in Copenhagen, Maurice Francis Egan, managed to convince the Danes that Americans were in fact civilized. Nonetheless, enough reluctance remained among conservative Danes that the sale stalled, seemingly indefinitely. The outbreak of World War I in August 1914 broke the impasse. Egan, still the American minister, feared that Germany might occupy Denmark, and its Caribbean islands as well. For their part, the Danes found themselves with an expensive budget item as well as an attractive nuisance that Germany might consider worth invading for. The United States was officially neutral early in the war, but the sinking of the British passenger liner Lusitania by a German submarine on May 7, 1915, tilted the Wilson administration away from professed neutrality toward the Allied side. Acquiring the Danish islands, protecting them from any possible German takeover, was increasingly urgent. In October 1915, Secretary of State Lansing advised the Danish minister in Washington that the United States was again willing to talk about a purchase. From there the diplomatic ballet proceeded in both Copenhagen and Washington. The real questions were how much and when. Admiral George Dewey, by then the chief uniformed officer in the U.S. Navy, was asked what he thought. He replied that nearby bases in Puerto Rico were all that the Navy really needed and that the acquisition of the Danish islands for the mere purpose of establishing a base upon which the United States fleet could rest would not be worthwhile. The Danish islands, however, do afford harbors and anchorages. That would be very useful to a foreign nation conducting a campaign in the Caribbean. If that nation were an enemy of the United States, the resulting situation would be exceedingly embarrassing. In January 1916 the two countries agreed on $25 million as the price. A draft treaty went to Egan in March, and on August 4, 1916, Lansing. Around the Caribbean 301 and the Danish minister signed the sale document. The Senate, in a bipartisan vote, ratified it on September 17. The German menace was a powerful argument. In Denmark, approval was by no means certain, but a plebiscite in December ran almost 2-1 in favor. The Riksdag approved overwhelmingly, and the king ratified the treaty on December 22. Woodrow Wilson did the same on January 16, 1917. As the treaty's historian, Charles C. Tansill, wrote, a long and tedious chapter that had been started by Seward in January, 1865, was finally brought to a successful close. 37. Reflections on the Offshore Empire, 1865–1934. The United States' creation of the offshore empire, its second, had almost nothing to do with the process of settlement, which characterized the first. That was still going on. Indeed, the larger part of it, both in terms of space occupied and the numbers of settlers, took place after 1865 rather than before. Historical periods do not always begin and end on a specific day or year, but often overlap, sometimes for decades. Sovereignty over the nation's continental empire was in place by the early 1850s, but settlement of it was not complete until around 1920. The offshore empire, meanwhile, began to take shape with the Alaska Purchase or even earlier. The westernmost reaches of the Louisiana Purchase, and of the Oregon Country and Texas, were not settled by homesteaders until after 1900. Nationally, homesteading did not peak until 1913. By then, the extensions of the Second Empire across the Pacific and around the Caribbean were practically complete. Annexations and protectorates were familiar by then, while settlement, the essence of the continental empire, remained confined to the continent, working out its completion. Surprises had come in the eventful summer of 1898, so abruptly as to cause observers then, and many since, to regard that year as a critical turning outward point in American history. It looked like a brand new empire, in fact America's first forays into imperialism. On April 25, McKinley declared war on Spain. On May 1, Dewey destroyed the Spanish fleet in Manila Bay. On June 21, the U.S. Navy seized Guam. On July 1, Shafter's army captured the hills around Santiago de Cuba and began to lay siege to it. On July 3, Sampson destroyed the Spanish fleet at Santiago. On July 7, Congress annexed Hawaii. On August 12, Spain and the United States signed an armistice. On August 13, Ameri. 302. Can forces captured the city of Manila. On August 14, Puerto Rico surrendered. On December 2, the Treaty of Paris was signed, giving the Asian and Caribbean colonies of Spain to the United States and, nominally, to the Cubans. On February 4, 1899, Americans and Filipinos went to war. Later in 1899, the United States and Germany divided up Samoa, and the Navy took over Wake Island. The Teller Amendment deflected the annexation of Cuba, but in early 1901 the Platt Amendment provided the model for protectorates, and in that same year the Second Hay-Pauncefote Treaty gave the United States a free diplomatic hand to build its Isthmian Canal. All this happened within 3 years, all within William McKinley's presidency. But beneath these surprises lay continuities. Without an underlying proclivity toward empire, an axiomatic belief in exceptionalism, these extensions collectively called empire too would not have happened. The imperial urge was continuous, from Franklin and Jefferson, Jackson and Polk, through Seward, McKinley, Theodore Roosevelt, and Woodrow Wilson. The older model of outright annexation of territory was hardly discarded. Hawaii, Puerto Rico, Samoa, the Canal Zone, and the Virgin Islands, not to mention Alaska earlier, and the temporary anomaly of the Philippines, all speak to that. A new model, the protectorate of the Platt Amendment kind, was now added and employed where circumstances indicated. Observers have wondered why English colonists who settled along the Atlantic seaboard in the 17th century dealt so much more harshly and antagonistically with the native peoples they encountered than the French or Spanish did in their American empires. One answer is that the English had just recently schooled themselves in imperial methods by putting down the Irish. The incomplete subjugation of the Irish in Elizabethan times was finished by Cromwell around 1650. The Irish were defined as inferior, superstitious, unclean, unreformed, and in all ways uncivil. In short, they were savages. 38 In contrast to Samuel de Champlain's efforts at Indian alliances in the early years of French Canada, early English settlers were too much in the thrall of Ireland's example to conceive of accommodation and instead followed a path that led more toward apartheid than cultural engagement with native peoples. 3. Thus also the Pequots and Mohicans of New England and the Powhatans of Virginia, the Creeks and around the Caribbean. 303. Seminoles confronting Jackson, the Comanches in Texas, the Lakota on the northern plains, and all the other native peoples of North America. Thus also the Hawaiians, the Filipinos, the Cubans, and others who did not enthusiastically thank white Americans for freeing them. The frontier, as Frederick Jackson Turner frankly defined it in 1893, was the line between civilization and savagery. It was the same to Americans of that historic moment, whether in Luzon, Orient Province, or the Great Plains. The frontier taught Anglo-Americans a way of dealing with other-looking people, defining them as inferior or just plain savages. This was done in the name of bringing civilization, liberty, and freedom, those very old, traditional terms and ideals, to benighted inferiors. The outward thrust continued from Empire I, the continental, through Empire IJ, the Pacific and Caribbean offshores. It would continue into Empire IU, the virtual and global empire constructed after 1945, and it still continues, thankfully, with less of the overt and ardent racism, but with a conviction of superior righteousness still. Historians in recent years have pointed to economic bases for all this imperialism. There can be no doubt that economics underlay a lot of it. The settlement process, so important to completing the Continental Empire, meant taking over millions of acres of land by millions of farmers and their families. It was justified in their eyes because the Native Americans so often hunted, gathered, grazed, and migrated, rather than making the best use of the land by farming it. The offshore empire, particularly in its early years, was commercial, and Seward said as much. The spread of civilization, liberty, freedom, across the Pacific was to be done by, for, and with the spread of American commerce. The protectorates around the Caribbean protected not just the small republics but also American interests, individual and corporate. Economics was without question part of imperialism. But it was not the whole motivation or the deepest explanation. Sincere idealism did account for much of the urge to free Cuba, and to bring schools and sanitation to the Philippines, and, over primly, to put coats and ties on Indian boys. Earlier, in certain parts of the United States, people believed sincerely that Indian removal and African slavery were morally justifiable and good. They had a mission, divinely or providentially sanctioned, which was manifest. Much of it, to be sure, was to acquire territory, ports, or markets, and in order to do so, the acquisitive 304 thrust was clothed with missionary rhetoric that was expressed so vividly by Seward in his speeches and by Turner in his frontier essays. The frontier experience, ever since Plymouth and Jamestown, taught Americans a twisted ideology, that they should expand the area of civilization and shrink the area of savagery, first on the North American continent, then across the Pacific and around the Caribbean, and then around the world, the free world. Americans recited their well-learned lesson on ever broader stages throughout the 20th century and into the 21st. Postscript. The Global Empire. The General Assembly proclaims this Universal Declaration of Human Rights as a common standard of achievement for all peoples and all nations, to the end that every individual and every organ of society, keeping this declaration constantly in mind, shall strive by teaching and education to promote respect for these rights and freedoms, and by progressive measures, national and international, to secure their universal and effective recognition and observance. United Nations, Universal Declaration of Human Rights, December 1948. Imperial Conjunctions, 1934. If world history in the 20th century had to be confined to a single line, it might read, 2 world wars, the Cold War, and population explosion. Tens of millions died in wars, civil wars, and epidemics. The empires that European governments built so laboriously and self-righteously before 1914, British, French, Dutch, Belgian, Italian, all collapsed within the 2 decades following the end of World War II in 1945. Others came and went: the German, the Ottoman, the Austro-Hungarian, and the Tsarist Russian by 1918, and later, Japan's in East Asia and the Soviet Union's in Eastern Europe. The Soviet Union itself ceased to exist in 1991, imploding from its own internal rot. Within this global context, the United States of America was a huge success, exiting the 20th century much larger economically, demographically, politically, and also imperially, than it had entered it. As of 2000, no other country came close to it in military power, it ranked third in population behind only India and China, its economic reach was global. Its victories in the two world wars and the Cold War did nothing to dampen its people's convictions that they were singularly blessed, that theirs was the optimal political and economic system, that the rest of the world would do well to emulate it, that, in short, they were exceptional. Emu 306. Lashon, of course, might happen by good example, or it might happen by forceful arm twisting. Either way, the nation's underlying belief in its own exceptional virtues remains stronger than ever. The outward thrust continued, the rhetoric of liberty and freedom needing little change. How it was to proceed took a new turn, however. From the continental empire building of 1782 to 1853 and from the offshore empire building of the 1850s to 1917, the United States proceeded into a new phase. Empire 3 would not involve territorial acquisitions, but it would certainly involve the extension of American power political, military, and economic. The shift from the continental and offshore forms of empire to new, virtual global empire took place in the context of the 20th century's massive historical events. It was only embryonically evident during the interwar years of 1918 to 1939. In the 1920s and 1930s, the United States imperial thrust languished, even ebbed. In the Caribbean, protectorates became more trouble than they were worth, and Washington stopped sending in the Marines. In the Pacific, doubts going back as far as Theodore Roosevelt about whether to keep the Philippines as a colony coalesced into relinquishing it. Within the continental United States, the true limits of agrarian settlement were finally reached, and Empire I concluded, the Homestead era ended. The year 1934 marked these shifts clearly. Amid the flurry of Franklin Roosevelt's New Deal and the disaster of the Great Depression, federal actions closed both Empire I and Empire II. Within 3 months, the President and Congress set the Philippines on the road to independence, abrogated the Platt Amendment for Cuba and the Protectorates, and stopped virtually all further homesteading. The blueprint for Philippine independence was laid out by Congress when it passed the Tydings-McDuffie Act on March 24, 1934. The Filipinos were to elect a convention that would write a constitution outlining a republican form of government with a Bill of Rights. After approval by the President of the United States, the Filipino people would vote on it. The act allowed 2 years for the constitution-making process, with full independence to come 10 years later, in 1946. Despite World War II and the Japanese occupation of the islands, all this took place. Unpleasantly, Tydings-McDuffie also reduced Filipino immigration to the global empire 307 the United States to only 50 people a year, and a Repatriation Act passed in 1935 authorized paying the fare for Filipinos in the United States to return home, on condition that they never come back. Prior to these acts, Filipinos could migrate freely to Hawaii or the U.S. mainland, and more than 50,000 were living and working in California and other states by the early 1930s. But after 1934, and for over 30 years until race-based immigration law changed in 1965, Filipinos were excluded. Independence was on the way, but liberty and freedom were hardly complete. The Platt Amendment was next to go. A new treaty with Cuba, dated May 29, 1934, abrogated the 1903 treaty that incorporated Platt. The base at Guantanamo Bay was specifically exempted, the permanent U.S. lease continued. Franklin Roosevelt's good neighbor policy was an imperfect pullback from the overbearing imperialism of 1898 to 1934 in Latin America. Although incomplete, however, the retreat was real. The carving of the United States continental land mass into small farms, or homesteads, as they were called in federal law and in common speech, had been going on since colonial times. It was Jefferson's agrarian ideal. On June 28, 1934, homesteading on U.S. public lands came to an end as the Taylor Grazing Act suppressed nearly all further homestead entries, plus entries had fallen off drastically during the 1920s, and a prolonged, dusty drought in the Great Plains discouraged the last hopefuls in the early 1930s. The Roosevelt administration fought the drought with several efforts at soil conservation, and the Taylor Act contained two, creating grazing districts to limit excessive livestock populations, and stopping any more small farms that would plow up the plains even further. The surge of eager young farm families had finally reached the high plains, the limits of the Louisiana Purchase. Young people, no matter how hard they worked, discovered that there was simply not enough water from the sky or under the earth to allow them to make a living on 320 or even 640 acres in that region. Henceforth the growth of America's population, and there was to be much more growth, would be almost entirely in cities and suburbs. The number of Americans multiplied 5 times over between 1900 and 2000, from just over 60 million to about 300 million. But the proportion living on farms or country villages dwindled from about half as recently as 1920 to 1 or 2% by the end of the century. Except for a few scattered exceptions, the most traditional kind of empire building, the kind that Jefferson recognized, was finally over. 308. War.P. War II and IRS Aftermath. A new sort of empire building, unanticipated in 1939, was about to begin. In the next 6 to 10 years, the years of World War II and its immediate aftermath, the world balance of power shifted drastically. By 1939 a militarist Japan had taken over Manchuria and much of coastal China. The Japanese then invaded the British colonies of Hong Kong, Singapore, and Burma, the Dutch in the East Indies, and soon U.S. possessions in the Philippines and the Western Pacific. Nazi Germany invaded Poland, Britain and France responded by declaring war on Germany, and Europe collapsed into its second general cataclysm in 25 years. The Soviet Union, neutralized and bought off by the Molotov-Ribbentrop Treaty of late August 1939, remained on the sidelines until Hitler, making an enormous strategic mistake, invaded it in June 1941. By then the Germans had overrun France, the Low Countries, Denmark, Norway, Poland, and Czechoslovakia, and were moving into the Balkans and across North Africa, aided by their Italian fascist allies. Britain stood alone against Germany through 1940 and most of 1941, suffering countless bombing raids and the threat of actual invasion. Hitler's Operation Sea Lion across the Channel in September 1940. For various reasons, Sea Lion was postponed and later abandoned. In 1940 to 1941, however, Britain's future appeared grim unless the United States joined the fight. Bringing America into the war was no easy matter. Prime Minister Winston Churchill did everything he could to persuade and entice. President Franklin Roosevelt understood the Nazi threat not only to Britain but, if it succeeded there, to the Atlantic and the United States. Hobbled by neutrality laws passed during the 1930s, Roosevelt began maneuvering around them. He agreed in September 1940 to provide Britain with overage destroyers in return for American use of naval and air bases in Newfoundland, Bermuda, and the Caribbean. Selective service began in September 1940. By these and other moves, Roosevelt gradually committed the United States to material support of Britain. Moral support came as well. Roosevelt invoked traditional rhetoric in ringing language. In his State of the Union message to Congress in January 1941, the President spoke of armed defense of democratic existence, the democratic way of life, and added that by an impressive expression of the public will and without regard to partisanship. The global empire 309 the United States would commit itself to all-inclusive national defense and enduring peace. He concluded with one of his most famous statements, defining what was at stake, the 4 essential freedoms of speech, of worship, from want, and from fear. 58 months later, in August, Roosevelt met with Churchill at Argentia Bay, Newfoundland, and they announced the Atlantic Charter. It was a succinct list of 8 common principles to build a better future for the world. Among them were no aggrandizement, territorial or other, no territorial changes that do not accord with the freely expressed wishes of the peoples concerned, and abandonment of the use of force. Apparently empires were passé. Those principles were stated on the eve of what has later been called the Good War. In no other war, historians Fred Anderson and Andrew Caton have written, has the American mission to extend the empire of liberty been less controversial. In no other has the rhetoric of liberation seemed more perfectly suited to circumstances. The charter effectively helped rally public support. After the Japanese attack on Pearl Harbor on December 7, 1941, and Germany's declaration of war on the United States 4 days later, that support was virtually universal and remained so until victory in 1945. The war ended with Germany and Japan crushed. Britain and France were nominally victorious but economically devastated and soon hard put to maintain their pre-war empires in Africa and Asia. The Soviet Union, which bore the brunt of the German Wehrmacht in Northern Europe prior to the British, Canadian, and American landing in Normandy in June 1944, suffered terrible losses but found itself in May 1945 occupying Eastern and Central Europe as far west as the Elbe. The United States was the chief winner, sole owner of the atomic bomb, the leading force behind the creation of the United Nations, heir to Japan's Northern Mariana Islands, co-occupier of Germany and Austria, and ruler of Japan. Furthermore, the United States had established land, air, and naval bases in Europe and elsewhere. By the late 1940s, the 19th-century European empires started unraveling. Britain withdrew from India in 1947, the Dutch from Indonesia in 1949, the French from Vietnam in 1954 and Algeria in 1962, the Belgians from Congo in 1960. The United States, as promised, left the Philippines in 1946. As the traditional empires disappeared, however, a new one took shape. The Soviet Union retained control of Eastern Europe as a bloc of 310 political satellites with Marxist economies. It soon broke the Americans' nuclear monopoly and pursued what appeared to be an aggressive imperialism in South Asia, parts of Africa, and soon to the great discomfort of American leadership in Cuba. World politics by 1950 coalesced around two superpowers, the United States and the Soviet Union, confronting each other militarily, diplomatically, economically, ideologically, and culturally. The blueprint for the American response to the Soviet challenge was the containment policy. Designed in late 1946 by the diplomat historian George F. Kennan, it became public in his essay The Sources of Soviet Conduct 8. Its goal was to meet an ideological political threat emanating from Moscow, the political expansion of Stalinist communism. I did not believe, he later wrote, that there was the slightest danger of a Soviet military attack. But many in Washington did, which Kennan said he never fully understood. The invasion of South Korea by Communist North Korea in June 1950 confirmed the conviction that the Soviets would sponsor armed aggression anywhere on their perimeter. From that point on, up to the implosion of the Soviet Union in 1991, containment took on a military emphasis, which Kennan always opposed. The United States had already, in 1944, led in creating international economic institutions for the post-war period, the World Bank and the International Monetary Fund. The expected replacement of Britain's pound sterling by the US dollar as the world's chief reserve currency soon came to pass. Military containment arrived most vividly in 1949 with the creation of the North Atlantic Treaty Organization by the United States and 11 other governments, the United States' first broad mutual defense treaty. Other mutual defense treaties followed over the next 2 decades, forming a ring of alliances, containing and opposing the Soviet Union across the Pacific, the southern rim of Asia, and Latin America. The U.S. president became the leader of the free world. The traditional American rhetoric of liberty and freedom could be heard again and again as justifications for containing communism in Korea and then in Vietnam, for ever larger Pentagon budgets, and for the overthrow of regimes in the Western Hemisphere or elsewhere that Washington regarded as leaning toward communism or Soviet infiltration. The Korean War was at least initially understandable as a military extension of containment, waged out of the conviction that the global empires at the invasion from the north was inspired from Moscow and Beijing, which were assumed to be acting in concert. While the results including 53,000 dead Americans hardly amounted to a total success for the United States, the engagement achieved no small outcome, the liberation of South Korea. A ceasefire in Korea came in late July 1953, early in the presidency of Dwight D. Eisenhower. During his 8 years in office, containment remained the United States' basic policy vis-a-vis the Soviet Union, but it became ever more militarized. Just before leaving office in 1961, Eisenhower, the most recent of the several generals who became presidents, repeated the rhetoric of peace, progress, and liberty. While recognizing that a vital element in keeping the peace is our military establishment, Eisenhower warned that the conjunction of an immense military establishment and a large arms industry is new in the American experience. Therefore we must guard against the acquisition of unwarranted influence, whether sought or unsought, by the military-industrial complex. The potential for the disastrous rise of misplaced power exists and will persist. The Eisenhower administration had already begun supporting the government of South Vietnam with economic and counterinsurgency aid. The United States refused to proceed with free elections as it had agreed to, fearing a communist victory. As Eisenhower was leaving office, plans were well along to invade Cuba at the Bay of Pigs. That went disastrously awry in April 1961, 4 months after John F. Kennedy became president. In that instance, regime change failed. Involvement in Vietnam increased under Kennedy and swelled under Lyndon Johnson to more than 550,000 troops. Following 2 almost certainly mythical attacks on American destroyers off North Vietnam on August 2 and 4, 1964, Johnson asked for, and Congress provided, authorization to take all necessary steps to prevent further aggression against American forces and to help a SEATO ally. The huge American investment did not result in even a Korea-like standoff. In its zeal for containment, its reliance on military power to carry it out, its fear that if Vietnam fell the rest of Southeast Asia would fall like dominoes, and its ignorance of the history and culture of Vietnam, Washington essentially took over from France as the colonial occupier. After more than a dozen years of fighting and the deaths of more than 58,000 Americans and over a million Vietnamese, the United States pulled out. As Kennan 312 and many others said, the invasion was an enormous blunder. It was the country's first real loss in a war since the 1812 to 1814 conflict. Vietnam fatigue followed, a turning away from military adventures lasting for several years. From the Korean War onward, the containment policy developed as a justification for American interventions and, often enough, regime change. So it was in Iran in 1953, when the elected nationalist Mohammad Mossadegh was thrust aside and replaced with the Shah, in Guatemala in 1954, also replacing a democratically elected government, in South Vietnam in 1963, where Ngo Dinh Diem was deposed, in Chile in 1973, where the elected President Salvador Allende was assassinated and replaced by General Augusto Pinochet. The U.S. Central Intelligence Agency engineered or was involved in most if not all of these coups. Military invasions toppled the governments of Grenada in 1983 and Panama in 1989. Containment of communism, or anything remotely resembling it, became the perennial face of American policy during the Cold War. It meant armed intervention or, more often, establishing in power an authoritarian right-wing government, and building American military bases to ensure stability. From one angle, it looked like the post-1898 protectorate policy writ large, and it often was. Containment as imperialism took the United States into space and into the disastrous Vietnam intervention in the 1960s, clothed in the classic idiom of the frontier, Kennedy's New Frontier, space as the final frontier. For countering Vietnam fatigue, the political scientist Jean J. Kirkpatrick published an influential essay in late 1979. She argued that the United States should distinguish between totalitarian and authoritarian regimes, always opposing the former but often embracing the latter, which are less repressive, more susceptible of liberalization, and more compatible with U.S. interests. 5. Ronald Reagan was much taken with this distinction, and his administration sold arms to Iran to raise money to support the anti-Sandinista Contras in Nicaragua, money that Congress balked at providing. In Central America, any regimes or movements identified by Washington as leftist were presumed to be communist, those on the right therefore deserved support by almost any available means. In the region, such was the United States approach. The urgency and reality of the Soviet nuclear threat added an almost unarguable justification for extending American military power, covert or open. The Global Empire 313. After the Cold War, a peace TV penned? The collapse of the Berlin Wall in 1989 and the implosion of the Soviet Union itself in 1991 brought the Cold War to its end. Containment had worked. When Soviet Premier Mikhail Gorbachev denied support in 1989 to the East German government of Erich Honecker, the wall fell. Within months so did the satellite governments of Eastern Europe, and 2 years later, the USSR itself, from its internal economic, social, and political weaknesses. Many people expected a peace dividend, that NATO and the other regional defense alliances would wind down and disappear, that the American presence in so many military bases around the world would end, and that the tens of thousands of troops still in Korea, Okinawa, Germany, and elsewhere would come home, that Pentagon budgets would finally come down. Little of that happened. The Cold War had ingrained a Manichaean mindset, pitting the United States, the good force in the world, against the bad force, the Soviet Union. 7. When the wall fell and the Velvet Revolution bloodlessly ended one communist regime after another in Eastern Europe, and then the Soviet Union itself, the long-time bad force was gone. Through the 1990s, no definite bad force lurked. With the terrorist attacks of September 11, 2001, the symmetry was re-established. Jihadism, international terrorism, radical Islam, the clash of civilizations, overgeneralized and overreacted to, justified overseas interventions as easily as international communism had done for over 40 years. The communist enemy was now replaced by the terrorist enemy. 8. After September 11 came the invasion of Afghanistan and overthrow of its Taliban government, a legitimate response to the Al-Qaeda attackers insofar as they were state-based at all. No purpose would be served here in drawing out all the permutations of American imperialism since 1989 or 1991, or in critiquing the Gulf and Iraq wars. Many others have discussed them in detail. We need only review some broad points. There was no significant peace dividend. The military form of internationalism strengthened, while softer kinds languished. U.S. information service libraries and cultural programs, for example, were reduced or closed. The U.S. Information Agency itself was abolished in 1999. Economic imperialism broadened during the 1990s into globalization, defined by one historian as a process whereby American-style market economics engulfed nearly the entire world in a 314 manner similar to how white Americans put Indians' land to better use in the 1800s. 9. After 1991, net reductions in the number and size of U.S. bases at home and around the world were few and brief. The Cold War alliances continued in place. In fact, NATO was extended far beyond Western Europe to within the borders of the former Soviet Union. NATO troops patrolled Afghanistan after September 11. Analysts described how decision-makers around the world were bypassing American ambassadors and instead consulting the generals and colonels in charge of the nearby bases. In 2002, the administration of George W. Bush announced a national security strategy asserting the American president's prerogative of starting preventive wars at his own discretion to promote and preserve freedom, democracy, and free enterprise, using unparalleled military strength and great economic and political influence. Early in 2003, the Bush administration invaded Iraq, tying its regime to terrorism and weapons of mass destruction. These charges were in error and soon proved to be false, as were the stated reasons James K. Polk gave when he invaded Mexico, and when Lyndon B. Johnson claimed attacks on U.S. ships in the Gulf of Tonkin by North Vietnamese patrol boats in 1964. The powers of the President as Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces proved difficult to rein in, whether in 1846, 1964, or 2003. The Constitution gives Congress the purse strings and gives the President the military, but nothing prevents the President from deploying the troops before Congress can say no. Once they are deployed, Congress is politically snookered. So it was in 1846, and so it was again after 2003.22. Imperialism requires an emperor, in form if not name, and the American slouch into global imperialism has been accompanied by an augmentation of the power of the executive branch. Madison's behind closed doors support of the Florida filibusters was an early case. George W. Bush's many secrecies are contemporary ones. In between, there was Polk, who at least secured a declaration of war from Congress, which neither Truman in Korea, Johnson for Vietnam, nor the Bushes in Kuwait and Iraq did, acting instead on authorizations. Empire 3, the global empire, extended by the early 2000s far beyond what earlier empire builders like Jefferson, John Quincy Adams, Polk, or even McKinley and Theodore Roosevelt could have hoped for. Exactly what kind of an empire it is, and how it compares with previous ones like Rome or Britain, is much argued. It is generally agreed that the global empire (EV) states exercises, or could exercise, unparalleled power, at least of certain sorts, and without direct territorial absorption or even protectorate-like control. Perhaps the most sensible view is that, as the European Union is something new for which we have not yet found a name, so too is the American Empire. Some have drawn parallels to the history of Rome or Britain. Some exist, yet the American Empire is unprecedented. Few observers doubt that a military-based empire existed by the time of the Iraq War. Books have proliferated, arguing that it does. They divide as to whether American empire is good or bad for the United States or the world. Both sides counted well more than 700 American military bases around the world and tens of thousands of troops stationed in Germany, Japan, and South Korea. There was no argument about the extent of the U.S. military reach. Plus. Tuesday Hasid of Empire. The why of the American Empire's existence can be explained both as the momentum of historical developments and more philosophically. Recent history records the sheer moment of inertia of Pentagon budgets, the political untouchableness of the military, the economic benefit of bases to hundreds of localities, and the repetition of traditional rhetorical ideals like freedom and liberty. Philosophically, such world historical power, and whether the United States was falling into imperial overreach, 25 were much argued. Was the Republic losing its grip on first principles? No standing army, no entangling alliances, checks and balances between President and Congress, limits on power, the rule of law including humane treatment of prisoners, habeas corpus, and minimal government intrusion into citizens' lives? Were the imperatives of empire same basic words snuffing out the Bill of Rights and constitutional checks and balances? The traditional consensus persisted that America has a unique set of values, way of life, and form of government to offer the world. But the consensus then divided, as it always had, between those who believed those goods were best spread benignly, by example, or assertively, by force. As the country and empire entered the new millennium, the forceful path clearly dominated the exemplary path. Lincoln's last best hope of earth would be made known, more than in any other way, by those hundreds of bases and hundreds of thousands of troops deployed all around the world. 316. Americans have been reluctant, as many have pointed out, to own up that theirs is an imperial nation. Jefferson talked of an empire for liberty, but most have traditionally shunned the fact that the United States has been imperial and expansionist, and aggressively so. One reason may be that they have understood from the Roman example and more recently, the British, that empires decline and fall. But frontiers, missions, and manifest destinies are not supposed to. Instead they expand indefinitely. The American experience and purpose, seen as the expansion of the area of free land and the replacement of savagery with civilization, as Frederick Jackson Turner phrased it in 1893 and as a great many Americans before and since have almost instinctively believed, was all about beginnings, not endings. Americans still think about beginnings and deny endings. They are future-oriented. 6. Admitting to being an empire would be admitting that the United States someday, in some way, will decline and fall. But that would contradict the nation's historic sense of mission. How could the United States spread liberty, democracy, freedom, and free enterprise if it declined and fell? Those are perennial values, part of human rights and of human nature at its best, are they not? As Turner wrote in 1896, for nearly 3 centuries the dominant fact in American life has been expansion. 7. He by no means gave the expansion process a clean bill of health, he recognized how grimy and rough it was. But he regarded expansion as inevitable and good. With the benefit of early 21st century hindsight, one may think otherwise. The significance of the frontier in American history, to redirect Turner's famous thesis, may well be that it instilled in Americans bad habits of building empires. 8. Without the easy victories of the continental conquest, Americans might have paused and reflected before extending themselves across the western and southern oceans and, after 1945, around the world. This history of national expansion reveals that it has not always been clean. America's preeminence, even its very territory, frequently resulted from force, subterfuge, or other reprehensible means, often varnished over by the language of liberty, freedom, and such terminology familiar since Jefferson, rephrased by Lincoln, and repeated in the American-inspired United Nations Universal Declaration of Human Rights. The beautiful rhetoric expresses the ideals of the Republic. But the unspoken, unadmitted reality was and is that of an empire. History cannot be rewound. What has happened cannot be repealed. But Americans can and should realize that they have behaved imperially, in the blameworthy sense that their hands have often been dirty. They should understand that their claim to exceptionalism is valid only in terms of their unparalleled growth and the remarkable natural resources their vast country has provided them. They are not exceptional, however, in any sense of moral innocence or purity. Since its beginning, the United States has oscillated between republic and empire, the institutions and ideals of the first coexisting uneasily with the behavior of the second. The rhetoric of the republic continues, but the realities of statecraft, with wide popular support, have become increasingly imperial. The past is indeed irreversible, but the future demands a choice, and a historically informed one, republic or empire. The balance, never perfect, present since the country's first days, has been perilously tipping.